They never brought the first two verses. Yeah, 37, bam. It's an avalanche of spurting that they do. Yep.
With the weapon, who come to school and shoot up 100 of the kids. How about that? It's just plain and simple. I know it hurts, but too fucking bad. Enough kids have died. I am tired of these kids dying, and the first thing come out of, oh my God, I was about to say that word, is thoughts and fucking prayers. You haven't lost a child, all right? It is not just thoughts and prayers. It is let's get rid of these weapons, period. The ones that they're using every fucking time. What's so hard about that? You don't want to. That's what's hard about it. You need it for sports. You need it to play. You need it to shoot animals or whatever the fuck, or other people. Yeah, I'm just frustrated with this whole thing because the logic is not there.
So you say every time you mean just a mass shooting. I just want to make sure I fully understand what you're saying.
If that AR, okay, if we outlaw it, just outlaw it in this country, and anything that can turn another weapon into that, because you guys getting ready to break it down for us for the 1,000th time. If you take that out, all you gotta go do is get another piece of shit and attach it to your handgun and make it rapid fire. You're gonna be explaining away the whole situation. If the ARs are outlawed in this country, if you don't want to give yours up and you want to hide it in the house illegally, and your kid or your whoever in your home takes that out and does a mass shooting, you should go to jail too, whoever is registered to, because you're not responsible gun owner.
So I just have one
Go ahead. You guys can start arguing. Go ahead, start arguing. Go ahead.
No, I'm not arguing. I'm having a simple conversation. I'm not going to degrade you or anything. So my question to you is, you said get rid of the AR, anything that makes it like it. So you say like you already talking about the way it fires, or you talking about the round capacity. I just want to make sure I don't.
All of that.
Okay, so if that's the case, you have to get rid of almost 9% of the firearms. You have to get rid of semi-automatic pistols, all semi-automatic rifles, all semi-automatic. You said what?
Go back to muskets.
Go back to muskets for what?
Go back to muskets. They did the same thing. What you mean for what? So people can stop dying by gunfire.
Okay. Stop. Okay, so when somebody figures out how to build a musket to make it have a faster fire rate, then ban muskets now. You guys never broken down.
Okay, so yeah, you're right, and it's just gonna keep going until we stop this madness. Just like you can be
automatic musket.
I can be sarcastic too.
When I get a chance to ask you,
Vanessa, I think. Hold on real quick.
So what the hell is wrong with you, man? English is your first language. Why don't you just read it directly in like Hebrew and Aramaic? And he's like, it's not as easy as you think. So that's.
Yeah, but he read in English. You basically read someone's. I think you are missing a few layers because Hebrew has a lot of layers when you understand the roots and how things are connected. So I think that if he speaks Hebrew, he should read it in Hebrew or at least read it like a. How would you say those?
Art Scroll has both. I think he was probably reading it. A lot of my friends do the same thing, reading it in Hebrew and then looking for additional information in the commentary in English.
But that native speakers, Hebrew native speakers?
Yes, it was one of our shluchim. It was a shluchim because we got like shliach families that come here, and every.
So I would read it in Hebrew with the Perushim, Hebrew like with not translation, how do you call it, amplification or like explanations.
Explanation, yeah, just the explanation in this case is in English. It's just because the Art Scroll is a very good Talmud or Shas.
Okay, I see now that what I read is translated also on your Facebook post.
Well, I tried to translate it, but you just never know if it's true.
Yeah, but the Molat, every Hebrew speaker would be able to proof check what you wrote in English. The other thing is, no, for this you need to have like religious studies. But for the Molat, it's normal Hebrew.
Alright, so at least I did learn something. Because I tell you what, when you come in and you like start learning stuff, it's so much stuff to study.
Bye.
And it's not even that time to study.
See you Friday.
I'll go.
Sorry.
mic.
Oh, I got a new headphone and this mic's built in. I apologize. I was saying goodbye to someone I didn't, very long.
You sound the same for some reason.
What?
You don't sound the same.
Is it that the same?
No, you sound. It sounds clean.
Yeah, it's really not.
But it's still a war, a fight that we have to address in addition to the other bigger wars that are happening, the injustices and etc. That's all I'm saying.
So Sam,
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Can I just say something?
I got you, but how do you ignore it?
Can I just say something real quick? And then I'll pass it to you. So I definitely get what you're saying, Sam, right? But I think another issue that y'all keep, or not y'all, but the room has been pushing back on it. Immigrants, they're for it, right? So when you say that these people or us, right, specifically Black Americans, are not putting in the work to get the businesses, right? But yet those who come here illegally don't have to put in any fucking work and they can get everything. So I guess you're right? We do have to work 10 times hard to prove that we're worthy of something. And again, Sam, I do want to ask you a question, or you don't have to answer it now or later. Do you think it's a minority or a majority of Black folks that have bad business ideas?
No, I could answer no. So, one, let me answer the question and then let me clarify my previous statement. So, to answer the question, I believe it's so those who are having bad ideas, I would say it's a minority. I don't think a lot of people are coming to get loans or approvals on things and they're coming up with bad ideas and bad presentations. I do think a lot of people are putting in the work and what they believe is sincere and genuine effort. They're trying to put that forward. So I agree with that. So I'm not disagreeing with that. To clarify my previous thing, I was simply just speaking to, I forgot what his name is. He was speaking about his sister and the fact that some people came to his sister with bad ideas. All I'm simply saying is that is something that does happen. So on that front, for that war, for that battle, we can't deny that some people may come with bad ideas and we can't disapprove everyone. That's all I'm saying. But to everything else, I agree.
Go ahead.
So
That's all.
So,
got you. Can I speak? So everybody, everybody, get your into the conversation for one act. Business loans will be a sub point, right? Of the main point. I'm giving you the legislation that leads to Black people being discriminated against, whether it's a business loan, mortgage loan, or anything, right? So Citigroup did a study in 2020, right? Yeah. Specific study came up with 16 trillion in lost GDP by noting 4 key racial gaps between African Americans and whites. 13 trillion lost in potential business revenue because of discriminatory lending to African American entrepreneurs, with an estimated 6.1 million jobs not generated as a result. That's your business talking point, everybody. 2.7 trillion loss in income loss because of disparities in wages suffered by African Americans. That's in the workforce, everybody. 218 billion lost over the past 2 decades because of discrimination in providing housing credit. That's in the housing part, everybody. And 90 billion to 113 billion in lifetime income loss from discrimination in accessing higher education. I can literally give you a legislation for that as well. It's called the Higher Education Act of 1965. They've taken that legislation and weaponized it against Black Americans, right? This is one of the fundamental reasons why HBCUs went from 121 to now 107. And there will be more doors closing from HBCUs. Separate but equal is still in effect. It was only repealed on paper. I can show you a video. I can put it in the chat where they go line by line how separate but equal is still in effect, where HBCUs are not getting the money. And a brother from California was alluding to it earlier while I was working and listening to people speak. I find it funny. It's an ongoing thing that people, I don't think you have the range. Somebody got a hot mic. I find it's an ongoing thing on this app. And if it's on this app, it exists in society. A lot of people want to respond with emotion, no scholarship. And they get triggered when a person is presenting scholarship and then nobody wants to respond to their insular, emotional, or personal conversations, right? I think a lot of conversations will be more substantive If more people partook in these conversations that could bring forth the scholarship and stop with the babble, I land.
Hey, David, Sean, Boss, would y'all like to speak? And anybody in the guild, feel free to unmic and come up.
Well, I just wanted to say this talking point about loans. I mean, unless the state of California is going to bank.
Is he in the Matrix or?
Yeah, what happened?
God damn it, I was waiting for this. David, you there?
Because he was about to justify it. He was about to justify it. I'm here.
David, you in the Matrix, you might have to leave and come back. Let me add him so I can ping him.
Yeah, let's do this because he probably doesn't know he's in the Matrix. David, you're in the Matrix, brother. We can't hear you. So try again. You're gonna probably have to leave and come back into the room because we really want to hear what you had to say, but your mic isn't working here. We're trying to add you so you can leave and just leave the room and come right back in.
Hey,
Hey, what's going on? I was just gonna say really quick that yeah, I agree with what most of you guys are saying. But like the great business ideas alone, like those belong in front of the presence of investors. Like I get it, everybody wants to go to the bank and stuff like that, but the banks are very, very difficult to get loans from, especially for brand new businesses. Like there's businesses that have been let's say thriving for like 10 plus years and they can't even get loans from a bank. Like banks are extremely difficult. A lot of businesses avoid banks for that reason.
All right. I didn't mean to cut anybody off. Danielle or any of the mods, is it popcorn or? Hello?
mics are open, go ahead.
Okay. With Oz, Brother Oz is right. A lot of people are transitioning to credit unions, CDFI loans, community development type situations when it comes to it, even Susus. Because Oz, I don't know if you're in Florida, but I know a couple people that do Susu loans. Now, when it comes to the situation at hand, most businesses that do have a 10-year profile, the main reason of why they can't get the funding is zero revenue. Now, there is a scenario where people go to the credit unions and get no-doc business loans. Key Bank does that. Key Bank is not a big super bank, but it is a bank, credit union that you could do business and do bank with. Now, the thing with California is, Kamala's saying we're going to give $25,000. Problem is, we hooking it up fat where $150,000 that can qualify somebody to get an $800,000 to $1.2 million house. The jungle is getting knocked down. So those are projects of thousands of Black people that's going to get displaced. But the down payment assistance is guaranteed for January for the undocumented immigrants. Is looking kind of unfair. I don't care how you spin it. That looks extremely unfair.
Oh, you don't like affirmative action now, huh?
To access, a property, especially in Metro LA or anywhere in California, because the Bay Area, San Diego, hot.
David, are you there? Or Sean?
Yeah, I'm right here, yeah.
Oh, David, yeah, please, can you speak on what you want to speak on? We can hear you.
Yeah, he was about to say something, David.
Well, yeah, I was basically saying that the title of this room in California, people can't afford a home as it is, being an American citizen. You need a big down payment, and you have to have the income to qualify. I don't know where these immigrants are going to be getting the income to qualify for the loans, or whether or not a bank's going to give a foreign national a loan with a good interest rate. So this is just propaganda, in my opinion. Now, if they said we're going to give people in the Black community in California this same deal, then I would say this has more teeth and more reality because they're going to have jobs that are here, they're legally here, which is an obvious point. But this talking point that immigrants are going to get money for housing is a joke because of how costly things are here. So I just think it's the vote getter. I mean, I live in Los Angeles. I hear Spanish every day. You know, it's they have a lot of power in the state now, and it's rightly so. I mean, they're 50% of Los Angeles County, and mostly California. So, but this isn't going to work economically with regard to the way loans are bought and sold and underwritten in California. So, and America for that matter. So I'll end there. Thanks.
I want to ask a question like this. The Californians or so. If this is a true thing where this amount of money has been allocated for a certain group or a certain dynamic, what do we believe is the reason behind it? So why are they planning to fork over, was it 150K, whatever it is, for illegal immigrants then? Is there a hidden agenda behind it? Is it just for vote?
It's a vote getter.
It's an update. That's why I said so. This is something that's been available for all Americans. What the proposal is saying is now illegal immigrants who are able to fit all other criteria metrics. If they can meet everything else, then they would have access to it. So this is a law. This is something where all Californians have been able to access who are actual citizens. This update is saying now if these illegal immigrants who now meet all others, so that means I guess having a certain amount of credit access, whatever the different things that you're able to be approved for this loan under, it won't be just based off their immigration status now, if they can get approved or not. That's all it's saying. So it's not like a new approval or something new that's been allocated. It's just saying that now what used to be just for Americans, with this update, these immigrants now can jump into this if they meet all other qualifications, whatever those are.
Well, they're
now California already got a damn deficit. Now we are going to balloon to 100 billion easily. When is we going to stop spending money? When is we going to stop spending money? California had a surplus. Well, I think David hit it on the nose when he said that most of these people won't be able to qualify anyway, because that's what I'm saying. Like, I think you should probably. But we still set aside money for the budget. Even though if they don't qualify, they don't get no loans. We still set aside budget for the plan. That's still spending money. That's still raising our deficit. No. Or tell me I'm not.
First of all, there's nothing wrong with helping people buy homes. Homeowners.
American citizens first.
Well, yeah, but I agree. But my point is
veterans first.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
father served in Vietnam. I'm sorry, Dave.
Yeah, Sean on they ass.
No, and listen, it's and homeownership obviously is helps with the economy. People buy furniture, they buy services. I mean, it's obviously an engine of growth. The tax revenues go up. But yes, but it's a joke once again, because they also have to show tax returns. There's certain types of loans in the government where even rich people, if they don't have the income on their taxes and can show it ability to pay the loan back with proper tax returns, they don't get the loan either. So there's federally mandated guidelines which underwrite these interest rates and programs. And so immigrants don't have tax returns. They work for cash. Right, they don't have social security numbers. They don't have credit scores. So how are they supposed to leverage this money to buy anything in this country, let alone California being as expensive as it is? So now if they wanted to do things right and help those, they would raise the debt ratios for disadvantaged groups. They would, especially those that have been redlined, talked about here in the room. They would lower the down payments, or they would increase this $25,000, which Kamala Harris is talking about. I would opt out about. I mean, there's a lot of ways to redistribute wealth to get people into home ownership if they wanted to do it. But the corporations, obviously, everybody's risk averse, and they underwrite based upon risk. And so nothing's changed on that front. So unless the government's going to backstop more of the risk, the home ownership is going to continue to languish in this country. It's bad enough that there's a lack of 4 million plus homes to meet the housing demand in America. And that housing demand is oftentimes met by the private sector, who don't want to go out and build homes and take risks if the buyers aren't ready to come in and buy. So the demand has outstripped the supply, unfortunately. And I'll end there.
So this is, and that's the reason why I'm asking what the possible intent is, because if what I'm gathering from everyone is correct, that there's this loan that's going to be approved for 150, but whoever, just hear me out. So the attempt or whatever the objective is here, right? There's this 150.
You don't understand. They backdrop it. They're just insuring it. The government's just insuring 150,000. That's it.
And it says up to, so it says only 20%, and it says if they reach, so like they go into detail, it says we simply want to be as inclusive as possible within our policy so that all who are paying taxes here in our state were able to qualify. It says, wait a minute, who authored the bill has urged that it still requires applicants to meet federal requirements, including needing a taxpayer identification or social security number to apply for the loan. So it's not saying that specifically it would be, 150,000 is 20%. So I guess the maximum would be 150,000. And again, they would have to meet all those other qualifications. It's just that their migrant status would not be the sole disqualifier for them to not be approved for these housing opportunities that everybody else in the state is able to access because they're also paying taxes.
So, okay.
Yeah,
so I understood. So let me.
I was about to say, in a nutshell, Sam, there's a lot of, just because, I'll give you an example, like the VA loan, right? It's guaranteed to veterans. But just because you're a veteran doesn't mean you're going to get approved for a loan. Okay? You can get the VA once you get approved for a loan, but you still got to meet the qualifications of getting a loan, period.
No, so I get all that. And the point I was trying to make was if I'm the one, just pretend I'm the one who's in charge of distribution and allocation of this money, right? And I have these qualifications, these checkpoints that people have to meet to see if they're qualified to receive this money that I'm about to give out. Cool. The way I'm seeing this, and the purpose of my question is to what's his name? Did he leave? Oh, crap. What's his name? David, white guy. He mentioned a couple different things, or a couple different reasons why it may be an unfeasible attempt, because people don't have social security numbers, they're getting, cash on hand versus getting, all these different things and reasons why maybe it won't be sustainable for a person to just get this loan, whatever the case is, because they're going to have to maintain whatever they're trying to get it for, all that good stuff. So my thing is, if those are actually the situations there, what is the intent behind me giving the money? Is it just to say, hey, I'm giving out money to illegals, please vote for me?
Good.
Because that's like me giving you a car with no gas, no steering wheel, no seatbelt. I'm like, hey, I gave out cars, but I really didn't give you the way to maintain and sustain that car. So there's got to be a hidden agenda. So that's why I'm asking what the agenda is.
Like he's saying, it's an agenda for votes, right? Like, because in application, if you're an illegal, you don't have 2 years of tax return. How you going to get that approved for a loan? They're not going to approve you for a loan. Okay, right. If you don't have social security number, you're not getting a loan for it. Like, if you don't have a bank account, you're not getting a loan. If you don't have, it's a bunch of things that you have to have. So it's like, yeah, we're gonna give all this money to people who came over here illegally, whatever.
If they grant amnesty. If these Democrat, Marxist, communists grant amnesty, it's just wealth transfer from you to them. Hello, America. Wake up, vote Trump, go to the gym fatties.
When it comes to my take on it, like I said, I'm going to try to be as non-biased as possible, even though I have sort of my mind up on what's back. It just sinks my teeth. Attention
America, this look good. Now, when it comes to the situation of identity theft, don't you think somebody can get a social security card or a CPN number, or just leverage their attorney to be able to get the certain documents needed? Because a lot of them do have good legal attorneys. NGOs are sponsoring these people. They do have immigration attorneys that are very, very, very much on their side. Now, when it comes to the situation at hand, I just don't want a scenario of identity theft and we're sponsoring and co-signing identity theft. I don't want these people to get no social security numbers. Over in Alvarado, because David, if you're in here, if you're not in here, you know where Alvarado is at. Them south of the Bordarians be getting all their shit, social security numbers, IDs. Like I said, we better not see no damn identity theft increase. Like I said, better not. I'll take my belt and whoop their ass. That is some bullshit. Because we already got our social security numbers leaked. They already did a newscast of that situation being on the table. But I'm done. Better not be no identity theft. Shit, I'll run for political office my damn self. Some bullshit.
I mean, every immigrant is not no fucking activist doing y'all identity, bro. Like, let's.
No. I'm not saying all that.
And let's be clear, like a lot of y'all credit that inquiry stuff. They still y'all just
shit. My credit ain't fucked up.
Do you realize how communism works? Do you realize that Kamala and Waltz are just communists? It's going to be blanket amnesty, and they're going to give everybody $150,000 and a social security number. It's a Ponzi scheme, and it's a giant fraud. And you're living amongst domestic terrorists.
Still not going to be able to get loans from a bank.
You don't understand. It's fake news. It's fake news. It's just insurance. It's bullshit. It's fake news. It's to get votes for Democrats. It's all fake news.
Well, like I said, man, our deficit here in California better not balloon to $100 billion. Like I said, we better not earmark money, set aside money for money.
They will, and they won't give it to you.
Hell no, they ain't giving it to my black ass. The fuck? They say you get it by your own bootstraps. Ain't that always the old model? Get it by your own bootstraps? No matter if it was a Democrat or Republican, get it by your own bootstraps?
I want to know.
Family got some money or something.
What's up? Let me ask a question. I want to know how they're going to stop the ones who already got their paperwork. Because you got to understand, there's lines and lines on them that's about to be legal. That's pretty much a lot of them that's already legal. But they haven't applied for shit, but they got good credit. Imagine you got lines of them people up, lines of those people in line to actually get the money and say fuck it, and they just be the ones like a branch to get the money. Because what a lot of people don't realize is they always use one that's here that's actually legal to be here, and they branch off that one or maybe two, maybe five, and they get hundreds of them off the backs of those legal ones here. So I want to know, like, what I'm saying is, how you going to stop the one that's legally here from actually getting the money and making sure everybody that come behind them keep running the shit the way they running the shit? Because this is a catch-22 in my opinion.
Because a lot of illegals ain't just picking fruit. A lot of them are in transportation industry.
That's what I'm saying.
A lot of them is in their housing industry, and they can be able to get the money to be able to get that house.
Exactly. But imagine this, though. Imagine 5 or 6 of them is like that, and they actually get the money. And they have a big ass, have a big ass crib, and there's 15, 20 of them in there, and they sit back and wait till some of them get legal and just keep doing the process. That's how they done got in this business, but people don't pay attention.
But what do we do? What are we doing in the meantime? So while they don't have numbers, while they don't have access,
we keep voting a motherfucking Democrat. That's the problem. We keep
Well,
voting Democrat.
black people aren't willing to do. Let's be clear. Black people are not willing to do a lot of the shit that immigrants do. We're not gonna have 5 or 6 families in one house until we can afford to buy a house.
Too much.
We're not gonna. We have an individualist mindset. So a lot of the things that other cultures do, they got the grandma, the mom, the dad, the child, everybody living in the same fucking house. We don't do that shit.
No,
We've been out here about 18 years
So we hate each other too much. Just probably a couple things that you hate right now.
That's why we losing though.
Nah, I agree. A couple things that you hate right now. Danielle, we were karate over each other though. No, I definitely agree with what Danielle said though. But I was gonna say though, like that's why it's more of an American problem. It's the problem that we have amongst each other as community members and us working with each other, brother against brother, sister against sister, not trusting your parents, the parents not trusting their kids. We're not doing those same things that immigrants are doing. And then also when we talk about the status and the structure and all of that, we know that we're only 14% of the population. America's majority white. We don't have control of the House, the Senate. We're not the ones that. We go to 6% in the next 20 years. So you're right. So I'm just saying all of that to say though, like that, you know, our problems are home based. They're American based. That has nothing to do with the immigrant. Why we are not excelling. And like I said, even with these loans and stuff, we could definitely access them if we knock out our home based problems. I think like the immigrants are just a convenient distraction, and it's easier to push down on like other oppressed people, vice versa, the actual system that's oppressing us.
Hey, low key, why nobody's like everybody just be talking. A lot of people ain't outside. They don't go places. They just on the phone.
They eat.
Hold on. I already know you're coming from. So I'm gonna tell you something. The sad part about what everybody's speaking on right now, you already outnumbered. You just don't even fucking know it. You already outnumbered because a lot of them here is not even documented. These motherfuckers is by the thousands. You already outnumbered. You don't even know it, man. Y'all have no clue. See, I'm outside. I ain't sitting behind a computer. I ain't in no cubicles. I ain't in no office. I'm outside. So I'm around a lot of this shit. And I see this shit. They taking over everything. While we sit on the app and argue about the dumbest shit every day. They all working together, sticking together, and keeping their motherfucking head down, keeping their mouths closed, and they going in situations 300-400 deep and demanding that shit. They do it. Listen, good job. Yeah, one superintendent said something crazy going on, but they didn't know what was going on. Y'all got Two, eins, three. Is not doing no shit like
middle class, high upper middle class people, different socioeconomics, but people that's in the bottoms, like people that are in maybe Austin version of Chicago, they got a different scenario than somebody in South Barrington in the ritzy part of Illinois. I get it.
Yeah, you gotta get in your car to ride, man. You can't stay on your side of town. You gotta get in your car and ride, and just go ride certain areas and just look around. You can see it. But if you never leave your little area, you'll never see what the hell I'm talking about. Because you don't go nowhere. You stay in the house. You hang with your little circle of friends. Y'all go to wherever y'all go, and y'all go back home. You're not going to this side. You're not going to that side. You don't move, and you feeling good, so you'll never see this shit. But listen, bro, I'll tell you what I know. I watched these motherfuckers move in one neighborhood. My cousin stayed on the other side of town, right? Used to go to my cousin's house and chill. There was two black families in this neighborhood. It was a mixture, but it wasn't like you know what I mean, it wasn't overcrowded or nothing. These motherfuckers came in and bought one house. 2 years later, they own all the houses, 15 houses. 2 years later, they own all the houses right now. Right now, while we sitting there having an argument about stupid shit, they buying up everything. They put all their money together. So how you gonna beat it? How you gonna beat it? It's like a bunch of army hands. It's like a bunch of army hands. How you gonna beat it? They all work together, stick together.
But it's nothing to beat. There's nothing to beat though, and I think that's where we get confused though, and that's where our problem lies in though. Like we're so much in competition with other groups who are not worrying about us. We're not looking at us. So like even when these people are coming in, they're not saying, "Hey, what can I do to hold these people further?"
Oh my god, you're so gross. I'm telling you, Jigaboo's not really gay. He's pretending to play a gay man on Clubhouse. I wish that was true.
I play one on TV. Hey, Hazel.
We're on TV now, thanks to Adrian.
You know, Nora, good thing.
Yeah, Adrian wants to make that big juicy peach famous, Nora. It's wonderful looking.
It's fine. Jacob, what do you mean? What happened? What did I miss? Was I not in the room? I only left for 5 minutes.
Fucking Kapara and the fucking guy never were fighting, so fucking shit. Oh, God.
That guy Corey likes to fight though.
He's black. What is that?
That's what it was. We didn't have any black people in there until Corey came in. In the room that
Bro, could you imagine if I say, yo, I want to spank your ass like this? That'd be gay, right? Like, why do niggas do shit like that?
I am so glad I wasn't.
He one of the niggas? That's what I'm thinking.
I ain't gonna lie, bro.
Dude, where are these niggas coming from, Jay?
That's what I'm saying, bro. These niggas coming back to back, like these niggas just.
Yo, look what is going on.
I'm not sure. I don't know if your other rooms. Those other rooms control.
No, that was me. I was playing a Instagram reel.
Oh.
Did I turn that off?
Who are these people who swear Adam or whoever he is?
That's both accounts in here. That's so weird.
There's nothing else on Clownhouse. I want to get out of here, but you guys are the only interesting thing going on right now. Okay, I'm going to sing Frank Sinatra's Chicago 1939 Remastered. Chicago, Chicago, that title town, Chicago, Chicago, I will show you around. I love it. Bet your bottom dollar you loves the blues in Chicago, Chicago, the town that Billy Sunday could not shut down. On Clownhouse, they just gonna say they do things that they never do on Broadway. Say they have the time of their life. I saw a man and he danced with his wife on the Clownhouse today. Yeah.
We shouldn't have modded everybody in the other room. Because they ended it. Because I wanted to keep it going for 1 week.
Oh, Nora, you need a boyfriend and a good book. Life's not that complicated. People are just complicated, and Clownhouse proves that retards are everywhere. So don't worry, you're going to meet retards in the real world too. Did you know that? People in the real world are even worse than they are on Clownhouse. They're even more retarded and more annoying. Hello?
What is this fucking shit notification? Yeah, I hear it on other people's accounts when that happens. Chicago.
My kind of grocery store coupon. Hi, Nora. How are you doing today? My day's been great. I used $7 worth of coupons. Oh, I'm so happy. Okay, so does anybody know what the magic word is to meet people? What's the one word you can say to anybody that puts a smile on their face? What are you taking your retainer out?
I'm chewing on a plastic cap.
Oh, microparticles. So good for your diet. Wow, delicious.
It's my anemia.
Are your teeth grinding down? I bet you got stunted little rotten teeth. Let's see that smile.
I'm gonna mess up my teeth if I keep doing this. But
Yeah, you gotta stop it. It's called depression. Go to the gym, fatty. Vote Trump. Oh yeah, here comes my audience. Hi, everybody.
It's actually called anemia.
Anemia. Yo, you're making shit up. That's called being stupid.
No, anemia.
Oh no, chewing on plastic caps is very intelligent.
I don't swallow it.
Stupid, you're grinding plastic in your mouth. It's going into your saliva, schmucko. It's okay. We've diagnosed this hoe. What you need is a sucker. You need to get yourself a sucker candy lollipop.
I need a good iron infusion.
You need good protein insemination is what that ass needs.
Oh my god, I need iron so bad. Chicago.
There was a mass shooting on the Chicago train, but you don't hear about it in the news.
Oh, also not because he did it. Georgia, sorry.
No, some black young man, convict, who's let out, and he has multiple felony arrests. He executed 4 people on the train.
Oh my god, was it in Chicago? Let me get off the work.
Chicago, my hometown. Yeah. And then the person responsible for it says, this type of behavior is completely unacceptable, even though she's the one directly responsible for it.
Uh-oh. Why don't you go to the gym and work out?
That's what I'm here to tell you before I go do it. No, I got a guy coming here at 6 o'clock to help me with my plumbing.
Is that like word, like code for you being gay or something?
No, baby. It's called Alejandro. Alejandro. He's the cheapest plumber that I know. He's not a full price plumber, but let's go. I ain't gay. I want to stick my schmackle in that pootang.
When did you find out you were gay?
When did I find out I was gay? It was like when I found out that I was mentally disabled and suffering from Down syndrome and drooling on myself in my mom's basement in my underpants while I live on Social Security disability income.
Oh, wow. How are you working in and
I collect coupons and I send them to the Netherlands, and Abby arbitrages them at the grocery store and sends me back the difference. Thanks, Abby.
I'm reporting you to the Mossad.
Don't report me to the Mossad. They don't like me. I'm a naughty boy. Expose all their 9/11 secrets. Shh.
here. We don't have coupons here. It doesn't work.
Really? You don't have coupons there? We got coupons here.
No, it doesn't work here.
If you go,
like in America.
if you go to the grocery store here, if you get strawberries, blueberries, raspberries, blackberries, it's like unbelievable. The coupon saves you like, $10.
Really?
Oh yeah. They force you to use the fucking coupon. Yeah, they force you to use the fucking coupon. They force you to do it. Otherwise, you gotta pay $5 for fucking strawberries.
Did you have to apply for a visitor visa to come? Like, how does it work? Esther, that works for 2 years.
Hello?
Hey, Alejandro, this is John.
Yes, sir. How you doing today? How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Pretty good. So I just wanted to touch base with you on your text, so we don't gotta keep texting back and forth. So you got the water heater off already, or no?
It's not delivered yet. I think it's coming today or tomorrow.
Okay. Once you get it, if you want, you can give me a call and I can go ahead and head over there. So you would also need to run a drainage, right?
Yeah. It's you're gonna have to cut the pipe, yeah.
Yeah, you will need to run a drainage and then the high and cold valve.
Yeah.
Did you need an outlet too, or did you have
No.
an outlet in the...
No, the electricity is good.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that. Did you want to buy all the materials, or you want me to go ahead and buy them? And give you a quote with everything. I
think the materials, I bought it with the new hot water heater, but for the other stuff, I'm not sure. What materials we need exactly. I mean, I know there's pipes and stuff, so I don't know.
You're gonna need 2 valves. Well,
yeah.
Technically, 4 valves, because you're gonna need to put 2 on the water heater to go out to the washer, and then 2 at the end by the washer. So you'll need 2 hot, 2 cold. Then obviously the pipes. You're gonna need the PVCs for the drain plus the couplings. You're gonna need some saddle straps to secure the water lines. It's gonna be a bunch of stuff. I mean, I don't know if you want me to make a list. You can go buy them, or
yeah, there's a hardware store just a couple blocks away. So I guess depending on your quote. I mean, I'm not too concerned about the materials. I don't think it's going to be that much money for the materials. I mean, it's not going to be more than $200.
Right.
I'm just wondering how much would you charge? How much are you going to quote me?
With the water heater and everything for the washer and dryer. I mean, for the washer technically, because the dryer we don't do anything to it. I'm thinking roughly without materials, roughly like between $450 and $500 in labor.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that sounds good to me. But let me call you back after 6 to confirm it with you, because I gotta check out the app and see when they're gonna deliver this thing. And I do have another guy coming over here at 6 who's gonna give me a quote. So let me get back to you. I know you did a great job with the vanity install. So let me keep you as my number one choice, but I do have to meet with this guy at 6 because he says he's going to show up here at 6. So I'll call you or text you back.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, so
yeah, just get back to me whenever you can.
Okay, will do. I'll let you know.
All right, thank you.
Okay, appreciate it. Thanks, bye. Plumbers.
Perfectly just God, then what you're arguing for, whether you know it or not, is if you were to be consistent, morally consistent, You would be arguing for the setting up of an assembly line of abortion centers. Because the best thing that you could do for that is you start.
Yeah, you're real, buddy. Yeah, that's. Yeah, I heard you.
So he started as Chabad, and Chabad is a kind of Hasidism, and Hasidism is a kind of Jewish religious mysticism. So there's sort of one of the, there are all different kinds of Jews. Chabad is more mystical and very, very attentive to Jewish law as a way of getting close to God, a very emotional and spiritual way. So, but I believe, and sometimes they can get very kind of out there. So, and if you ever see these guys,
what's the name of this?
Chabad.
Chabad. Okay.
Yeah, Chabad.
Is this like a super minority within?
No, they're an important movement because they have Chabad houses everywhere, and they're very open to all Jews. Any Jew that wants to come in.
Wait. Let's break this down. What are Chabad houses? What's that?
So, there's so much to explain. We were led by a guy that they called the Rebbe, which just means the rabbi, but he was known as the Rebbe of Chabad. And he decided to send Jews out all over the world. So every place in the world you're going to find a Chabad house. If you can think of a place, there's a Chabad house there. It's a place where a shliach or representative of the Rebbe will be, and they will welcome Jews in for Shabbos and for services and for kosher food. If you're traveling, you can always go there. So I can go any place in the world, look up the local Chabad and hang out with them for Shabbos and have a nice meal.
So you're saying initially this guy was considered a good guy. He was dope. He was doing a lot of good things for the Jewish community. Why did y'all turn on him? Because I seen some crazy shit on Twitter where he was painting in space and doing all type of work.
Yeah, I think he sort of got too happy with publicity. Hang on, I'm looking him up. I want to see if he was Chabad. Didn't they at one time say he was Michael Jackson's rabbi? That's what I remember.
For 2 years.
Wait, that was ridiculous. He was Michael Jackson's rabbi?
For 2 years.
Well, he said he was. Whatever that means.
Michael Jackson named him.
Damn. Wait. So if he's Michael Jackson rabbi, I know he's a real one. I fuck with him now. What's wrong with him?
Nah, he's
too much into publicity.
Wait. No. It sounds like you're jealous because he got more clout than you. That's it. No, I'm asking seriously. What did he do specifically to because you made a crazy statement earlier. You said that a lot of Jews are not in favor of him.
No, I said we don't take him seriously. That's what I said.
Okay, so what did he do for y'all not to take him seriously? It sounds like he does a lot of good work.
I'm telling you.
Wait, hold on. It sounds like he does a lot of good work. I'm just going based off the timeline so far. He does a lot of good stuff. He creates lodges and brings Jews from all across the world in. And then he also is Michael Jackson's rabbi.
That's what Chabad, but Shmuley is a little bit too self-promoting. It's considered a little bit too focused on him. That whole thing with Michael Jackson, that's too
businessman.
Okay.
Wait, so he can't do things for the community while also being a businessman and he's an entertainer.
It's
he
not
probably
that.
Bring people in. What's the problem?
It's not that. So if you're really pious, you're not supposed to seek attention in the secular world. You're supposed to go inward and focus on God's laws and the Torah and study and devote yourself to Jewish pursuits. But he got a little bit Hollywood, and I believe he separated himself finally from Chabad. I'm not saying this guy is evil, bad, or anything. I'm just saying that he's not.
Basically,
that's the word I should have used. Yeah.
He compromised himself for clout versus staying true to Jewish law, right?
The principle. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Hey,
that's
also it's the books he wrote. So the books he wrote, the media, all this quotes and shit, he always going viral for crazy shit. So you're not going to look at a pastor or rabbi talking about sex as a positive thing. And that's
wait.
Well, you can have sex, but it should be kosher sex.
What the fuck is kosher sex?
Well, okay, so this is the thing about Judaism. If you're having sex the right way, it's with your wife, and it's to have children, and then you're supposed to, then you can really enjoy it. It's like an expression of the beauty of life and God's, transcendental pleasure,
See, I'm learning something. See, this is why.
What?
See, this is why it's good to have friends from all cultures, man. You know what I'm saying? Because you get to know some shit.
They have lots of kids. I just watched Sex in the City with this. I just watched Sex in the City a couple of days ago. I seen a Jewish wedding on there. That's my first time seeing it. Oh, I met Cynthia Nixon once when she was running for governor. Okay. All right. So, what's your issue with Candace? Before we play this clip. I didn't say I had an issue. I said I assume your community doesn't take her very serious. Wait, I'm saying because I heard that she's been going on anti-Semitic rants. So, do y'all feel some type of way about her, knowing she has a big platform or not? Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you because you bring it out of me, Lou. So this is what I'll say. She was very. I don't mean it like that. I mean it in terms of moderating rooms. So no Diddy. So. No, Jeffrey, don't bring a black man into this. Okay, sorry. The way you said, I was worried. Don't bring no Jeffy. Black man into this. Let's bring a Jewish man. No Jeffy. No Jeffy. Yeah, no Jeffy. That made the new expression. No Jeffy. Hey, this would be a good podcast. Me and Norm. I'll cook Norm in the podcast. I know. I've been inviting you. So, okay, so I would say that first, it's like, what's his name? What's the name of the Orthodox Jewish conservative? I don't know why I can't think of his name suddenly. Fizzling out. What's it, he's got the Wire, the Daily Wire. Why can't I think of him? The guy like Shapiro? Ben Shapiro. Yeah, Ben Shapiro, thank you. So, Ben Shapiro, I know. Listen. That was one of the first books I read. It's called Primetime Propaganda by Ben Shapiro. I fuck with Ben Shapiro for that book. Yeah. So, okay, Ben Shapiro is very conservative. He's critical of Trump. He's critical of Harris, very critical of Harris. Critical of everyone. He's got a great business going, by the way. But, from my perspective, so she becomes the black conservative star, right, of Daily Wire, right? Because it's not that easy to find a black conservative star. So the Diamond and Silk, by the way, they sort of got sidelined after a bit. They were like a novelty, and then suddenly we don't see them anymore. Which you can explain that one to me. I'm not sure what happened to them. But then she started saying stuff that, let's just say, people felt a little uncomfortable with. I don't remember exactly what she said, but she said some wild shit. So it's like, okay, this is ending. I think we had a room about it. So they parted ways. Let's just say they had creative differences. So, stuff. So I just would imagine that she's not taken very seriously. Diamond got deceased, Dean? When did Diamond pass away? Wait, Diamond died? That's what Dean just said in Fahim. Oh, shit. All right. So did you hear about Candace Owens' rant on Twitter? How she just went on a crazy rant against Zionism? No, but it doesn't surprise me. Okay. All right. So let's now that we know about these two individuals, let's get into the interview. All right. So we're gonna play a couple clips, man. We're gonna chop it up. We need two more Jews on stage so we can balance this out, man. Ping Aaron. Technically, you need 10 if you want God to hear your prayers. That's a kind of an inside joke. Wait, where's Mr. Mr. Jew? That's my brother. Shmuley has been calling Candace a Jew hater, a rabid Jew. She's Jewish passing. Who else is Jew? What happened to Silk? When did she pass? She should rest in peace. I didn't know that.
Diamond might have passed away. But look, Lou, did you know that the rabbi dude, the other viral part was him going to a sexual conference with his daughter. So they was talking about getting booty and having sex with it, the same panel, which is kind of weird. I don't think about, me and my daughter, we're not going to be sitting on a panel talking about sex and things like that. So I can't wait till you press play on the video. That's true. No, I ain't know about that. All right, let's get into this, man. We got Norm in the building, Zionist, and you got Lou Fax, the Negroist. And, that'd be a good podcast name.
Okay.
My she said that I killed him, that she would say the Jews killed.
Michael Jackson, this thing off to a crazy story.
Michael Jackson. You never said that I threatened to murder you?
No, I never said that you threatened to murder me. Don't cut me off. I did not cut you off.
Now she stopped checking it? You're kidding me, right? I don't have a computer on me.
The Israeli Defense Force have dropped more bombs on Gaza than were dropped on Gaza. That is true. You accept that, Rabbi Shmuel? Yes. I thought you said so. You also,
First of all, I don't. Wait. What do you mean it's true? Because she said it's true?
The war in Gaza is barreling towards a grim anniversary. This deadly year, sparked by a terrorist atrocity and met with an often merciless response, has changed the way that many people think about an historic dispute. During our lifetimes, there's been such active debate about Israel's role in the modern world, whether the United States and its allies should back it. Protests and counter-protests have brought anti-Semitism to the fore, along with the charges sometimes insulate Israel from criticism. My next two guests have vivid opinions on these big issues and have had a very public feud. We're bringing them together for what we find, I hope, to be a proper debate. The topics will be the Israel-Hamas war, anti-Semitism in public life, American involvement in Israel, and Israeli involvement in the United States. And we'll even talk about Michael Jackson, who is relevant to this debate. Both guests will get roughly equal speaking time and a chance to question each other. Speaking of the other guest is not encouraged. And hominem attacks are
Sound like intellectual gangbangers.
Is that being
These two, as I do, I can make no promises. Returning to Uncensored, host of the Candace podcast, Candace Owens, and the author of the Israel Warrior and the Michael Jackson tapes, Rabbi Shmuley. So welcome to both of you. First of all, it's great you're doing this. You've had a public feud for a couple of years now. You've torn into each other.
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and the YouTube Music app all together.
You got to free version, your job to take each other on. And at the centre of this, as I said in the intro there, is a very serious global story, which is the Israel-Hamas war and all the complexities that come away from that. I want to give you both the chance to make an opening statement. So Rabbi Shmuley, you won the toss. We didn't really actually toss, but you both agreed you can do this. You go first. Your opening remarks.
Thank you, Pierce, for having me, and Candace, thank you for debating me. I have spent my life bringing together the Black and Jewish communities, emphasizing that we share not only a history of shared persecution, but of spiritual promise. Today we debate an American tragedy, a woman of unique eloquence who has abused that eloquence to become simultaneously the foremost anti-Black rhetorician in all of the United States and the foremost anti-Semite in America. The statements that Candace has made against her own community, that they cry wolf and constantly say that they're victims of racism. Her attacks on George Floyd, a man who was suffocated to death for a $20 counterfeit note saying that he was a horrible human being. A woman who went up in front of CPAC and said, I was never a slave in America, as if that's the only form of discrimination, is what has led her community to call her not Candace, but Clandis. The first ever female Black woman who appears in her rhetoric against Blacks, calling LeBron James dumb and stupid and an icon to the Black community, as Clandis. Simultaneously, you have the Jewish community beginning to call her not Candace Owens, but Candace Ovens. Because her Goebbels-style rhetoric against Jews, that Jews are nearly all pedophiles. The State of Israel will set up a Theodor Herzl, a pedophile, as a haven for pedophiles. That Judaism is a demonic, satanic cult that only protects pedophiles. And by the way, her absolute obsession with Jewish sexuality and Jewish genitalia, the first lady of France, Brigitte Macron's genitalia, is disturbing. It's one of the reasons I think she hates Sigmund Freud so much, because she's a Freudian field dream in terms of his arguments that the greater the sexual suppression and repression, the greater we see violence. But when you say that the Jews killed JFK because he was about to
ostracize Israel. When you invent all of these fabrications out of whole cloth, what is the result? The result is the demonization of Jews that leads to violence. Ostracize Israel. When you invent all of these fabrications out of whole cloth, what is the result? The result is the demonization of Jews that leads to violence. Pierce, just 1 week ago, 2 days after, Candace falsely accused me, as she has for 2 years, of being a murderer, of threatening to kill her. Something for which she will face legal action because you cannot malign a rabbi and his daughter as murderers. 2 days later, I was swatted in my house with 5 police cars. Had to break into my house because Mayor Michael Wiles of Englewood, New Jersey, received an email, arguably from one of Candace's followers, after she said essentially what Henry II says, "Who will rid me of this troublesome priest?" which leads directly to the murder of Thomas Becket, who today is a Catholic saint, of course. We were swatted, and the FBI is now investigating Candace's rhetoric. They're investigating.
I'm interrupting you.
Wait, just one final point.
So, Candace will get exactly.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do that. My bad. All right. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do both their 3 minutes, and then we're gonna discuss one, and we're gonna discuss what they was talking about. Put a gun emoji in the chat if Rabbi Shmuley was cooking. Put a brain emoji in the chat if he wasn't earlier. Let me play Candace Owens now. Candace. That Candace was crazy. Candace, that's what you said.
A lot of time. It's up to you, but it's an opening statement. Right? What I would say.
Yeah, may I just say finally, if I may?
Well, just quick.
The biggest issue I have with Candace, to be honest, is that she claims to be a Christian. Candace, didn't Jesus say you're supposed to love your enemies? Is the love you show me that you call me filth twice on the last show that you did with Pierce, a piece of filth? You're supposed to love your enemies. Is that turning the other cheek? And Pierce, you're an English gentleman. I've known you for many years. You allowed her to say that without even a piece of filth. When Jesus said that you're supposed to turn the other cheek, where have you ever turned the other cheek? When Jesus said that the meek shall inherit the earth, the arrogance, the non-stop attack against Jews, the demonization. If you are a Christian, then I am the second coming of Christ.
Okay. That's 4 minutes you've spoken to. Out of fairness, if you want to use 4 minutes to respond, you can. All I would note, Rabbi Shmuley, is you spent 4 minutes personally attacking Candace Owens. I set this up as a debate about what is happening with the Israel-Hamas war, anti-Semitism, and so on and so on. You've turned it all completely, immediately, into an ad hominem onslaught. How
can you possibly say that? You are speaking to
also I'm concerned
a ring of demonic pedophiles, and you're saying that I have no right to defend my people. You know, Pierce, you have to stop this once and for all. There was nothing ad hominem at all. All right, when Candace ring into an ad hominem onslaught against Candace, how can you
and also I'm concerned about only face photos, no body photos.
Jews are a ring of demonic pedophiles, and you're saying that I have no right to defend my people. You know, Pierce, you have to stop this once and for all. There was nothing ad hominem at all. All right, when Candace says that the black community is a bunch of crybabies, everything I said on policy, I could not disagree with.
Candace will now get the same amount of time if you wanted Candace to respond.
Thank you, Piers, and I don't think I really do need to respond to the ad hominem attacks. I think actually one of the things that ultimately unites people across all religions, Muslims, Jews, Christians, is that we all recognize that Rabbi Shmuley is unhinged. He's just mentally that's just a reality. So I've never seen someone just make things up out of thin air that were never said, and trying to screen that as a defense of black people. The black people will never accept Rabbi Shmuley after Michael Jackson put him on a list of people who he felt were ruining his life. So you can stop your pleas with Black America. They will work. Now, going back to the context of what you've asked us to speak about today, you know, I think one of the things that the world is recognizing, and what we've always recognized, is that there are radical fringe sects that break out within every single religion, amongst every race. There's white supremacy, there's black supremacy, there's radical Islam, there are all of these Christ cults around the world. And I think right now it's important for people to understand that radical Judaism is also a thing, and you're watching an example of it right now on your screen. The person sitting across from me or sitting next to me, I guess, posted on his Facebook page in 2016 a tribute to someone who he said was his mentor. That was Rabbi Menachem Schneerson. He said he was his mentor.
Menachem. Lou, you went out, bro.
Yeah, no one can hear what you're playing, Lou.
That's just, I mean, she sound like black people monolith.
Hold on, my bad. I got kicked out. Hold on. I'll rewind, because I ain't gonna lie, I heard some like black Hebrew Israelite shit from the Jewish side.
This is honestly like the funniest debate ever, and you got to give it to both of them. It is like a masterful performance.
I don't take either of them seriously.
She did just say that no black folks are gonna listen to.
Let's finish this, and then we'll talk about it. It's 3 minutes each, and then we'll discuss.
On your screen, all of these Christ cults around the world, and I think right now it's important for people to understand that radical Judaism is also a thing, and you're watching an example of it right now on your screen. The person sitting across from me or sitting next to me, I guess, posted on his Facebook page in 2016 a tribute to someone who he said was his mentor. That was Rabbi Menachem Schneerson. He said he was his mentor and his friend. Now, for those of you who are not familiar with Rabbi Schneerson, there were some Jews who believed that he was and is the Messiah. So rejecting Christ, but believing that that rabbi was his Messiah. Now, you may remember in the news recently, there was this radicalized faction of the Lubavitch Orthodox community in Brooklyn that were digging tunnels in Brooklyn and hurling benches at police officers. Well, and by the way, this is per the Times of Israel, that faction of individuals are followers of Rabbi Schneerson. So again, you have Rabbi Shmuley who believes that that's his mentor. They believe that he was the Messiah. What is it that becomes important to understand? What did Rabbi Schneerson preach? Well, he preached Jewish supremacism, the hatred of all non-Jews. And you don't have to take my word for it, because if I said it, they would say that's anti-Semitism. You should instead take the word of the 2 Jewish professors who translated his work. Those authors' names were Israel Shahak and Norton Mezvinsky, and their book was entitled Jewish Fundamentalism in Israel. From that book, we learned that Shmuley's mentor, Schneerson, describes the difference between a Jew and a non-Jew. And he says, quote, "Thus we do not have a case of profound change in which a person is merely on a superior level. The body of a Jewish person is of totally different quality from the body of all nations of the world." And he talks about the substance of the Jewish body versus the substance of non-Jews, saying that the inner quality, quote, is so different and so great that the body should be considered a completely different species. So that is a belief, and you can go through his speeches and you will see that he continually talks about how non-Jews should be treated, and that, again, we are a different species. This is what Rabbi Shmuley believes in. We have to come to terms with the fact that there are Jewish radicals, and it's incumbent upon the Jewish community to call them out. I'm glad that you brought up my rhetoric about Black Lives Matter, the organization, which was basically allowing Black criminals to take to the street, to burn down, to loot, and to riot in the name of racism, because it shows that I'm on equal footing here. And across the board, I do not support supremacism, whether it's coming from my community or whether or not it is coming from yours. And I think the entire world is now paying attention and wondering, what is going on in Israel? What is this government? Is this a radical fringe government? And many people are concluding that the answer to that question is yes.
Okay, there's the 2 opening statements. Rabbi Shmuley, let me ask you this.
Real quick, all right. So there was a lot of shit, and I got questions. You got some Jewish people on stage. So let's start with the rabbi side. Do anybody got any contention with what he was saying? And then I want to speak to what Candace was saying after. Anybody want to talk about what Rabbi was saying?
Can you hear me?
Who was that?
I reject what Shmuley said.
Okay, what did you reject?
Lou, did you invite me on Twitter? Is this the right place?
Yes, you're in the right place. I reject it.
Oh, that's your Lord. What's up, bro?
Man, I'm here. I
Shmuley first wanted to sort of set things up by criticizing her from the left. It's like she's not pro-black enough. And then he flipped it into, and by the way, she's been making up all sorts of stuff about me. She probably has. I don't, but again, this is my big criticism of him. He's obviously, you put it right, I should have used that word. He's cloud chasing just by appearing on Piers Morgan and trying to draw attention to himself and to Candace by stirring up this controversy. That's my opinion about Shmuley. Cloud chasing.
Yehuda, I met him on Twitter. He makes a lot of great rooms. This is his first time on Clubhouse. I reached out to him, pulled up. Shout out to Yehuda. Can you give an introduction to yourself? Tell people what you do.
Sure.
And speak on the Rabbi Shmuley side of the argument.
Right. I just finished listening to a very unfortunate interview between Rabbi Shmuley and Candace Owens. I'm not an old person. I've known him a long time. I came on specifically on Twitter Spaces with the Russian invasion of Ukraine. It's a personal thing for me, and I like to fight disinformation. My background is worked for the government for most of my life, foreign affairs and defense. And I did volunteer in the Israeli army when I was young, and served my own country for 25 plus years in different capacities. So who knows me from Twitter? That's something that I did. I created a charity where we support basically disadvantaged people, Afghans, Ukrainians. Anyway, so he asked me to come up. My religious background is I am an Orthodox Jew. I do have what's called smicha, which is a religious ordination. And I'm not the same branch as Shmuley. I'm not a Lubavitcher. I'd be called a Litvisha. However, I'm North African, Middle East descent. Hope that is enough of an intro.
Definitely. All right, so
Yo, Lou, if I
hold on, real quick. Hold on.
So I will address the rabbinical question.
Yes. All right. Yeah.
Right.
And then my question to you. So at the beginning, he kind of spoke on how the black community views Candace Owens, and I know like people like to create boundaries. Like most people, because I remember it was something with the owner of the 76ers, and he was basically giving his opinion on the black community and like the hate, and a lot of people said he overstepped his boundaries, even though he do a lot of good work for black people. They felt like the owner of the Sixers, he was Jewish, he kind of overstepped his boundaries. So do you feel like him giving a critique on how the black community views Candace is the overstep his boundaries? Rabbi Shmuley, yes.
I don't know what the 76ers are. I'm Canadian, so I assume it's a football team or something. I don't watch football.
Oh, you Canadian? Oh, shit, my bad.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm sure it's a good sport. American football, it's weak. You got too many downs. Anyway, we got 3 downs in the CFL. All right, here's my comment to you. I'm not going to speak on the black community and how Candace Owens, because I don't know and I don't care. It's not my place, right? Like you like her, you don't like her, it's fine. Anyone who's a racist or a bigot and treats people based on their skin color differently, in my books, is a sad person, not a good person, conflicted. And that's just me. I can't speak to it, and I won't defend it, and I don't care if the guy owns 76ers or whatever, football team that you got there. But I will tell you one thing. I think it is interesting. I do have YouTube, and I've been watching YouTube for many years, and I know Candace Owens from her previous experiences, and I find her perhaps a conflicted person. I don't think that, I kind of like to wave the flag and support my own, and I feel that maybe been too hypercritical in the past, and that's her business, not mine. It's for your community to sort that out, right? But I will address the comments from the rabbi. Now, there's a comment. I'm not a Lubavitcher. I'm not a Schneerson fan. He's a tzaddik. He's a righteous person. But she was able to find out of the translation from Yiddish into English where he talked about spirituality. So I'll say this. It sounds like he's so she used the term to say he's a Jewish supremacist, ergo a bigot or a radical. She said the word radical. So here's how it works. If you ask a Christian pastor or a Catholic priest, are the people who believe in Christ, are the chosen people, they've got the right religion, they're doing it right, that they are, they've got the message. Every religion is like that. Judaism, for some Jews, not necessarily my branch, believe that being Jewish is the right thing for Jews, not for others. We're actually one of the only religions that don't try to convert people because we believe what we preach, that is that God is omniscient, He's omnipresent, He's omnipotent. So if God wanted everyone to be Jewish, He could make everyone Jewish. So therefore, we have to accept that He's made people who aren't Jewish. So for those who are Jewish, there is a belief for us, our faith is important, and that makes us special. For Christians will believe that faith in Christ will bring you eternal salvation. End of story. In fact, some Christians will go as far as saying if you don't believe in Christ, you'll receive eternal damnation. And Muslims are very much similar. So she found a quote from Rabbi Schneerson, which you did play as I came into the room, which talked about Jewish spirituality. So correct. In the Jewish world, we believe our faith is important for us, and it sets us apart from other people. And if you're a secular humanist and you have an issue with it, I get it. But the one person I won't take criticism from is someone who calls herself a Catholic and believes in the same thing for herself, but castigates Jews for believing the same thing for themselves. So what's good for the goose, Lou, is good for the gander. Either you stop on the red and you go on the green, or you don't. So in that regard, she misquoted, or she took out of context a rabbi who I don't even, he's not my thing, right? It's like a Jesuit versus a Capuchin, or maybe a Baptist from Alabama versus a Baptist from Oklahoma. We have different flavors, and I think it was a cheap shot of her. But I will say this, I want to add one last thing. I think Rabbi Shmuley got it wrong. I don't think he should be. He's not my representative. I'm sure he's a nice guy, but he's too involved. For example, Candace Owens attacked his daughter, called her a whore and a hag. I'm not sure.
What?
Yeah. He went after his daughter many times. She went after his daughter, called her a hag and a slut because she has a sex toy business. Now, sex toys aren't forbidden in Judaism. It's for, it's with your partner. So she goes after his daughter.
Sex toys is not forbidden in Judaism, but it is with your wife?
No, it's not. But the idea is, for us, we don't have sex before. We're not supposed to have sex before marriage. So basically, in the Orthodox Jewish tradition, between a man and a wife, a husband and a wife, anything's kosher. You want to go at it, do whatever you want, And if you want to use toys, it's your business. You want to dress up, dress up. You don't want to dress up, don't dress up. So his daughter, Rabbi Shmuley's daughter, has a specialty kind of, sexual aid business for married couples. They don't say. They're not going to ask you for your wedding certificate when you buy stuff, but that's what they have. You see what I'm saying? So Candace is really against it for some reason. And as Shmuley screwed up several entities with Pierce Morgan, Candace Owens screws up every time she goes after his daughter. Like the girl's got a business online and she's selling toys. Okay, do I like it personally?
Candace responded to her, and it's not just the fact that she has a business online. It's the fact that she was doing the marketing and the advertising and the conversation about sex with her dad. So Candace Owens cares.
No. Candace Owens. I was very closely watching Candace Owens. Found out that his daughter has a sexual toy business, and she went after it. So end of story. In fairness, he promotes it also. Who cares if it's not illegal? Whose it is? Anyone's business. No, do you want to dig into your closet and find out?
Hold on. Just let us finish real quick so we can get to the Candace Owens point. Hey, hold on. Hey, Yehuda. Hold on, Yehuda. I just want to say, so what we're doing is we play 4 minutes on the side of Rabbi, what's his name? Rabbi Shmuley. And then we played 4 minutes of Candace Owens. So we're in the beginning stages right now. I don't want you to I just want you to talk about what you heard in the first 8 minutes.
Yeah, all I'm saying is this. His presence wasn't good, in my opinion, because I think it was too personal. Because she has in the past, I don't care who started it, first of all. If I'm attacking my kids, I'm going to be mad. And I think his emotions got the better of him. That was my point. Does that make sense, Lou? I'll land the plane.
All right, so I wanted to speak on Candace's side. So she brought up radical Judaism. She brought up how Rabbi Schneerson, I don't know how to say Schneerson. Okay, so Rabbi Schneerson was basically considered the modern day Messiah, and he preached Jewish supremacy.
No, that's not.
He created food stamps, by the way. My best friend growing up in Harlem was
Hold on, let's talk.
He created food stamps. All right, my fault.
All right, hold on real quick. So I just, because we're going to ask the Jewish side a question, and then they can debunk the misinformation or elaborate. So Rabbi Schneerson, he's not, people in the Jewish community does not consider him the Messiah, and he doesn't preach Jewish supremacy, correct?
Okay, wait. There are some people who consider him the Messiah. Those people are regarded as very out there. So the way the Chabad community defined Messiah is the most worthy of a generation, a human being who is the most worthy human man of their generation to be the Messiah, and their judgment is that he is the most worthy. There's a very small fringe group that I would say most of us regard with some skepticism, or a lot of skepticism.
So he's like the Elijah Muhammad of Judaism. No.
Well, he's not a radical person, and he didn't believe in Jewish supremacy, but he was beloved, and some people, perhaps they put him on too much of a pedestal.
That's what I'll say. I'm not a Lubavitcher. Don't very much. I don't chill with them. Not my thing.
Wait, can you break down the difference? Because this is new for a lot of people. So, so can you break down the set that a lot of people follow him and look at him as the
Chabad Lubavitch is called.
Okay, so I think I'm Yehuda. I'm pretty sure it's me. So the Hasidic world. So basically, within Judaism, you have different strains. I don't know how to explain this. Maybe I want to use an American example. So you might have, imagine if Baptists in Mississippi had different kind of, like a little different teeny bit flavor than Baptists in Alabama. Okay? So you have different songs or different tunes. It's kind of like these different Jewish groups. So there's one Jewish group that came from a town called Lubavitch, and they came to America, and they all kind of did the same thing, right? They all, had a community, and within the Lubavitch community, there was the Menachem Schneerson. He was born and raised, and he became a big scholar. And there were, like, as Jewish people, we always pray for the Messiah. So there's always the person, oh my God, is that guy? Could we have the Messiah? Could we want the world to live in peace, right? So there's kind of like, there's an incentive to believe in a Messiah. For us, we believe, it's not Lubavitch, the previous individual spoke, I'm not sure who it was, but in the Jewish, in Halacha, in the Jewish belief, Midrashim and all sorts of like associated stories or legends, that every generation there is such a holy person who could be the Messiah if only God should trigger it. And there were many Lubavitchers.
What's the justification for the triggering? Like, how do you
righteousness? Yeah. So if the person is so righteous, but here's the hope. The way we know the Messiah comes in Judaism is if 3 things happen. Forget 2 of them, but I'll tell you one of them. Do you know what the one is? It is complete peace on earth. So if there is no complete peace, in other words, you wake up in the morning and CNN, MS, everyone has stopped fighting. The whole world is at peace. No one wants to fight anyone. All bloodshed is over.
He's never coming. He's never coming.
Well, I have hope. But for us, that's okay, I'll hold my smicha against yours. I'll hold my ordination against yours. So
Hold on, just let him respond, and then if you disagree, just done,
Yeah.
and you should disagree.
Right. So for what it's worth here, I'm the Rosh Hashiva in this space. I'll be your rabbi for today. My mind, the Rambam, clarifies, the biggest Jewish scholar in the last 1,000 years, has said that there are three things that will happen when the Messiah comes. There will be complete peace on earth. There will be the Messiah establishing a kingdom in the land of Israel. And there'll be a return of all the exiles who want to go to Israel. That is what will herald the Messiah. That's not my belief. I didn't make it up. If you want to Google the words, what do Jews believe the Messiah will do? You're going to find those three things. Hope that helps.
Okay, appreciate it. Hey, that's some informative stuff. So, do anybody disagree with that explanation? Somebody who was Asher, what do you disagree with?
I was just he wasn't explaining one thing correctly, and it kept making it sound like that world had to be at peace before the Messiah comes. That's what it was.
That's not what I said. When the Messiah comes, there will be peace. That's what I said.
Yeah, okay. Well, every Christians and Jews both believe that. But
Christians believe that because it's in the Hebrew Bible. So that's why we don't believe Jesus is the Messiah, because peace wasn't on the earth. That's why.
Of course, yeah. I'm not disagreeing with that. I was just disagreeing with the timeline of the way things handle out.
I think you misunderstood what I said, though. Because I said, when the Messiah comes, the way
you needed to be clear.
We got Yehuda, man. Hey, bring all y'all, bring the Israelites in here, man. Listen, man, he ready for this smoke. Hey, but real quick, all right, so she mentioned in the first debate, right, the first 4 minutes, so she mentioned the Rabbi Schneerson dude. You debunked it. What about how, I guess he was basically saying there was a book by, what was his name? What was the name of the people? So they basically created a book called Jewish Fundamentalists, and it was
she mentioned a couple of Israeli scholars that talked about radicalism in the Jewish community, and that's all it was. It's not a big book. It's not very important. So that's the thing with Candace Owen. She finds these really fringe books, right? It's like Kanye writes a book about blacks weren't slaves or how slavery was good, and then in 100 years, it's, oh my God, this guy Kanye West wrote a book about blacks aren't slaves, and you'd be like, that's not right.
So she basically like just using confirmation biases to. Okay. All right. Do anybody else want to speak on what they just heard before we play the clip again?
Yeah, I just wanted to say one thing.
Yeah,
so, I just wanted to say one quick thing. My best friend was Chabad when we grew up, and that's only, I say, like maybe 20% of the religious Jewish.
5%.
Yeah, that's fair. They're a minority. They don't represent like most Orthodox, like religious type Jews. It's a whole variety. They definitely, even if they was bad, which I'm not saying, even if they still such a minority that they don't control the narrative of what people believe in Orthodox Judaism. That's all I want to say.
I would say they're an important movement. I wouldn't call them Orthodox as such. They're Hasidic, which is a kind of Orthodox. But they're a very important worldwide movement. But nobody controls the narrative, really. It's sort of there's not one narrative.
We have I'm very sorry to disagree with you. They're clearly Orthodox Jews. So there's one thing that differentiates Jews from one another, and Hasidic Jews are Orthodox, and Iranian Jews, like I am, are Orthodox. And what does that mean? It means that we are Shomer Torah Mitzvot. It means we're guardians of the commandments of the Bible. That means there's three things that can differentiate that. Number one, we don't drive or use electricity on the Sabbath. We honor the Sabbath day, keep it holy. That's in the Ten Commandments. We pray daily. We offer tefillah, and we eat kosher. If you don't do those three things for the Orthodox Jewish community,
and family purity, Yehuda.
Even family purity is not a designation. Well, Shomer Torah Mitzvot, that's part of the thing. But those three things, that's part of the Torah. So yes, Orthodox Jews do not sleep with their wives or spouses during their period, because that's a thing that we don't do. So Taharat HaMishpacha, or family purity laws, that the gentleman just mentioned, is a part of Torah prohibition law. Hope that helps.
Okay.
Yeah. So when you say Orthodox, I would. That's true, but you're not talking about Hasidim. When you talk about Hasidim, they're Hasidim.
Hasidim are part of Orthodox.
You're Litvish, so that's a distinction. It's a different kind of thing. So Orthodox, I would say.
Hasidic Jews are considered Orthodox. Are you Jewish?
Yes. Yeah. And I dozen with Chabad, and I'm going there in a minute. So wait, Elder, you're not religious. No, you're not religious. Yeah, where you from? Hold on. Yeah, you can tell. You guys don't know where she's from, but where? Brooklyn. Yeah, and I dove in with Chabad, so I'm just being protective of Chabad. You can tell it's not observant. You can't tell that. You just can't tell anything. You can tell nothing.
To the gentleman who's talking, Chabad or Hasidic, what are you saying?
This is what I explained before you came in the room. The Chabad are kind of Chabad.
You don't know, he ain't religious.
I don't know who's interrupting. Who's interrupting?
Chabad has a lot of non-religious people that come there. They're an organization that work with all levels of Jews, and I don't think Normo is very religious. I don't think he's
right. You have a misunderstanding of what Chabad is, and you have a misunderstanding of what I am. Other than that, though, you're doing terrible. But talk about it yourself. Talk about yourself.
Hold on, let's not personalize.
He's a nobody.
Wait. Let's not personalize the convo. Let's not try to tell people that they're not Jewish enough, or let's just stay respect. Hey, Jordan, Noah, but are you secular Jew, or are you?
Absolutely 100% not a secular Jew. No way, no how.
You just said Chabad aren't Orthodox. That's just not true.
No, I said you would not characterize them. To call them Orthodox is... Okay, I don't want to argue about the English language now. They're more than Orthodox. They're Hasidic. I understand your credentials. I understand your claims and your credentials. I don't want to argue with you. I'm getting back channel... I'm getting back channel messages about you, which I will... You can speak with Rabbi. I don't think you will come away thinking that you were right in this conversation. I'm going to see him in a few minutes. Yeah, I know, but you see, you're being a little bit too insistent. You're missing my point. Yeah, of course. Okay, do me a favor. And don't talk over me. A. B. You're missing my distinction. Of course, Hasidic people are Orthodox, but it's so much more, and it's different. And when you talk about Orthodox, you could be talking about Young Israel, you could be talking about Hamish, could be what you understood. No, that's not what you said. Well, then why are you trying to be right here? You're deliberately missing my point. Let's just move on.
We build a fence around the Torah.
Wait. What does that have to do with what we're saying? What does that have to do with what we're saying?
Hold on. I don't see. I don't see a problem with Yehuda's giving pushback. If you gave some misinformation, I think it's correct.
Yeah, I did not give misinformation. Trying to prove that some kind of authority or right. I'm not saying the Hasidim aren't Orthodox, but not so much more than that, and they are distinct.
You literally said they're not Orthodox.
Then you literally are having trouble with English. Maybe it's the Canadian American gap. Now here clearly, Orthodox special subject. No, I don't want to be silly. I want to be clear and exact and precise and accurate. And let's not make this an ego thing. You said what you said. I'm really showing the Hasidic is a special kind of Orthodox Jewish person, and Chabad is also a special kind of Hasidic. They're not merely Orthodox. There's so much more. That's the point I'm making. I hope you can take it to heart. And I have no judgment about you just because you're Litvish. Good for you. Whatever you claim, I have no question about it. Although I'm getting a lot of back channels about you at Facebook.
Wait. Hold on. I invited Yehuda from Twitter. And for the new people that stand with why are we so obsessed with Jews, this is a Jewish and Black discussion. We don't have these often. We rarely have them at all. So this is something that just happened. We talk about it. We keep it pushing. So I don't know if y'all living under a rock, but if you come to this room, we don't talk about Jewish people all the time. This is a respectful dialogue. Disagreement don't mean disrespect. We're discussing. We're correcting misinformation. Nobody's bigger than the facts. So if somebody says something that somebody disagrees with, people are allowed to get pushed back. All right?
Hey, Lou, I agree. And you know what, Lou? Do you think that Cardi B can make a song called Black and Jewish?
I'm wondering, I'd like to see Candace Owens' list that she claims Michael Jackson put out of everyone who was trying to ruin his life.
Story, but I'm talking about facts. And you know, there are reports, and this is exactly what I would expect from students in an Ivy League, not to hear stories. There are many reports and actually data. You could, like, Israel is a democracy, and they have a lot of data that is available, and you can also see the breakdown of ages. And there's 0 people under the age of 16. Using the word child is meant for you to be to evoke emotion that will cloud your judgment. But if I will tell you that a 15-year-old, I will show you a video of how he goes and he stabs people. 15-year-old goes and stabs people. What do you think we should do with this child? Because when you say child, people think, oh my God, 9-year-old.
Daniel wants to punish him and then sleep with him. I'm just kidding. What are you doing, Ishmael?
I just, oh my God. I just did something good, but I was jealous of the people. I was jealous.
Jealous of what?
Look, PTR.
Were they eating birthday cake in a Tesla?
Big house. See the big house?
Uh-huh. It's nice.
I just did a plant walk for these people at their house.
Mm-hmm.
It was 2 hours.
Whoa.
I made $200, but I was very jealous of their house. And the guy was 37 years old, and he bought this house because he founded the Penny Hoarder.
No way, really?
Yeah, you know that blog?
Yeah.
Yeah, he founded it and he sold it, and he paid me $200 to teach him about mushrooms.
Oh man, I know people that like that guy like changed people's lives with that fucking website.
Yeah, he was a cool guy.
Wow.
He was gay as hell.
Oh, I see. I forgot you deal primarily with the LGBTQ enlightenment community.
Right. He was there with his boyfriend.
Oh my goodness. You know, when I was in Beverly Hills, I got out of the army and then I went to my sister's house and I was like, hey, what did I do? I started looking at real estate and then I filled out, you know, I want to see this house. And so I get a call from this realtor and she's like, tell me about yourself. I'm like, well, I'm in town because I just sealed a deal with Yahoo for $30 million and I just sold my .com. She's like, where are you at? I will come pick you up right now. So my sister and I, we toured all these mega mansions in the Hollywood Hills. And we went into the MTV vice president or president's house. And I went into his, like, you know, they let you walk around the whole house. And I filmed the whole house. Like, this is how crazy I was. Every house we went to, I filmed and I put it on YouTube and I called it LA Mansions Daily. And so anyways, at the MTV VP's house, it was all gay pornography everywhere, all over the walls. Like, yeah, tons of gay art. And it was crazy. But man, that fucking, when you got a walk-in closet that is the size of a master bedroom and it's like got, you know, $400,000 worth of custom woodwork and shit, you're like, whoa, this is nice.
Yeah, I didn't really know that I wanted a big house until I saw these, saw his house. Fuck, I think I do want that house, actually.
Did you ever see the movie There Will Be Blood?
Yes, you mentioned this the other day.
Yeah, there's this scene when he's talking to his fake brother, and he's like, "You can buy anything you want, Daniel. What do you want?" He's like, "You could get that house in Wisconsin or whatever." And he's like, "Well, when I think about that fucking house," he's like, "I wouldn't even want it." Like, just saying that, you know, your circumstances really determine, you know, what you want or what, you know, it's just irrelevant. But there's a way to get there financially and get what you want and not have the disaster downside of being Daniel Day-Lewis. Cuckoo, welcome to Plant, as well as you're an astronaut. This is Jewish.
Thank you.
I have been creating AI artwork with command prompts like, create me an image of Moses with 10 arms, a wand, and a sword surrounded by the moon and the sun holding the 10 commandments. And man, the fucking images that Copilot puts out are incredible. It's like a mixture between Hinduism and Judaism, and the fucking images are amazing. If you want to see them, you can go on X at Shy Pawn Store. That's CHI Pawn Store, and you can see all my latest AI artwork. I'm an AI artist now, professional. That's what I do full time, professionally. AI artwork, command prompts.
Call back my mother.
Cuckoo's banned. Well, I don't know what to tell you, Cuckoo. Just got to get another account. You know how that goes.
But isn't it linked with a phone number or something?
Yeah, you got to get a new phone number.
Yeah.
It's only $25 or $15.
Yeah, no, I'm about to move to France in 3 weeks, so I'll get a new phone there and then I'll do some Tinder, get some French dates.
Mm-hmm. I forgot about Tinder. I was recently swiping on it and I was like just blown away. All the chicks that, I've been on online dating apps literally since like 2006. So we're approaching fucking 20 plus years. Anyways, some of the chicks, that were there when I first started are still there. 100%. Many of them are still single 20 years later. They're still swiping as if something is going to change. I don't know what these women think they're going to catch other than, like a free dinner.
But those women that are on there still, you think they have kids back then already? Or?
No. Many of these chicks picked up illegitimate bastard children along their Tinder journeys, and they're still swiping right, looking for Mr. Miracle, looking for the one. They're your soulmate.
So I have a theory. Once a woman has a child, afterwards, it doesn't matter anymore what happens. It's pretty much like, hey, I made some kids already, so whatever this Joe has to say about me, it doesn't matter because I already did my part. You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't know. Is your experience similar? Like, do you feel like single raising mothers just don't give a shit very much?
See, there are well-off single mothers that are hot and they're, rare commodities. But then there's just like the gluttonous, disgusting pig women, that will never, ever find anybody other than some other, pig to like mercy fuck them. And then it's just like two pigs mercy fucking. So, listen, sex is a very rare commodity, good sex. So don't discount, sex as being a commodity or the commodification of sex, because that's what all these women on these dating apps are doing. They're commodifying their peach and they're trying to wrap it up in a gold package and sell it at top dollar. And then sometimes they have their occasional alcoholic binge breakdowns, and then they unwrap and they unravel at discount bargain prices. But some women who have what they call ego and standards, when really they have none, and they're just girl gotta eat. Oh shit! I just spit all over my phone.
Girl gotta eat.
It's true, man. It's true. I say it to girls straight up on these dating apps. They say, "What's your intentions?" I was like, "Intentions." I was like, "Girl gotta eat. What's your number?" They go, "That's true. Girl gotta eat."
That's such a good icebreaker. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's true, because it just forces the issue. Like, I'm here to provide you a meal. Give me your time. If you can't even do that, well, then you're totally not worth anything. You are just a fucking escort prostitute puta. Good luck. Good luck with your 6 for 6 deal. I mean, Mazel tov. It's just genius. Great marketing. I wish your schmeckle well when you get to France. Just make sure when you hang out with the Muslim guy, that he doesn't have a knife in his back pocket, and he's not going to rob you when you ask him to blow you in the alley.
Jesus, bro, I'm looking for women.
And you're trans. You never know nowadays. You swipe right, and you're like, oh, wait a minute, that's a man.
But I usually go for blondes or redheads with blue or green eyes, something like that.
Wow, you like them rare.
Yeah.
You're picky.
I think so. I got lucky in January this year. I met the most beautiful woman on earth, believe it or not. She had very white, pale skin the way I like it. The touch of it was so soft. I have never felt anything like that soft. She had a perfect body. I swear, she's the only woman where I asked on the number one night, I said to her, it was real. Because these breasts felt so perfect. I thought for a second, these are fake. She had really reflexes. And I asked her, she said, no, they're real. I couldn't believe it. They felt, I don't know, they felt too perfect, in my opinion. And perfect ass, everything perfect. She had dark red hair, looked so dark that I thought it was black. But then she said, no, that's not a problem. Really? So I looked really closely. It's like, wow, it's very velvety, dark red. And then her eyes were light green. And I was like, wow, this was insane. And then I of course, I fucked it up 3 weeks later by asking her when she was in Dubai, because she was performing for the Philharmonic over there. She's in the orchestra over there now. I asked her if she was sort of cheating on me with, Sheikh Mohammed or something. And she didn't like that. And then the next day I said,
people have to do 7-year background or 15-year background. So you have to have your background checks done. You have to make sure everything goes.
This is my mission for the next infinity. You can say, until I die. This is my mission to win this woman back. I've been with some women since then. I think this last month it was like 5.
Response. All right, so now can we talk about the aftermath? So I don't know if these statistics is true based on what they were saying. They were saying 18,000 children died since October 7th on the Palestinian side, and 40,000 Palestinians died total so far. So, do y'all know if that's true or not? Yehuda, El Normo, is that confirmed to be true? And do you guys feel like it's a over? Is it too much killing at this point?
It's impossible to confirm whether it's true or not. It's probably the most humane ratio in the history of urban warfare. When they give those figures, they very conveniently neglect to mention how many of them are Hamas fighters. We're literally fighting Hamas fighters in the streets and in the tunnels. They continue to fire rockets on civilians into Israel, some 10,000. Every one of those rockets is a war crime. So you can't determine the number until the conflict is over. It's very convenient that they forget to mention how many actual combatants are a part of that 40,000 figure. And 40,000 is the number most people go with right now. But we don't know if it's accurate, and they never mentioned the combatants, which we estimate to be about 18,000 or so.
Hold on, real quick. Hold on. Let me hear from Yehuda, and then everybody else can respond.
Yeah.
Yehuda, you there?
Let me go after Yehuda, Luke. No.
Yehuda not there.
I want to go after El. Let me go if Yehuda's not there.
All right, hold on. It's on 10, and then your 10 want to respond to Norm.
Yeah, there's no weapons fire from Gaza into Israel. All the weapons fires are from other areas. Houthis, Iran, all of these kind of places. They're the ones that are firing, reprisals into Israel. Gaza is completely devastated. Hamas is on their knees right now. Those numbers of the casualties is pretty correct. It's heavy-handed from Israel, very heavy-handed. And they're basically in the same plight that America was when America went to Afghanistan. Joe Biden had warned Netanyahu about it. He was warned back in October. Joe Biden got on the phone with him and said, I know what happened is an atrocity, but be careful of the revenge motivation, because that's what happened to us in Afghanistan, and it has gotten us a lot of innocent people killed, and now we have a black eye, right? That's basically what Joe Biden told him. So the situation is this: Hamas is on their knees, like I say, and at this point, what Netanyahu needs to do is pull back, right? Work on a peace deal. Try to get the hostages out. Stop killing innocent people.
Wait. The enemy that's
I disagree.
you need to kill.
Let El Normo respond to that.
So, particularly after what happened the other day, there is
so
no way
funny.
you reward terrorists for additional murder. Netanyahu's position is to keep control of the Philadelphia corridor, because that's where the arms come in, and that's where the terrorists come in and out. There's no way we're letting go of that. That is non-negotiable. The terms are, I'll just let you know, complete surrender and complete return of the hostages. Otherwise, we can get
Victory!
I think it's a very reasonable position. And we're sorry about the innocent lives, but those are all on Hamas's hands, nobody else.
Hey, so talking about those 6 hostages recently, how many hostages are left over there?
I'm going to estimate 60 alive. I think that's the current number, 60 alive.
And then killed on public. Did they do it like on TV, like ISIS type shit, or they just?
Yeah, they recorded it. Some people saw you.
Hey, real quick before you go, is there any, because we know, like,
Damn, how'd they know? They kicked me. I can't believe it. How the fuck did they know?
Even if Kanji isn't the oldest, he said either way, he's still correct. And then he actually said that both languages are in his favor. So,
Andrew, we all grant you that he says things. That's fine.
No, he said those things. But go ahead, Doctor.
Yes, he said those things. That's correct.
Are we talking about writing or just
Written language. Yeah, Japanese kanji is what he's talking about. Somehow saying he's married.
Yeah, I mean, I think the best evidence that we have now is that writing developed probably end of the 4th millennium BCE in Mesopotamia, and then shortly thereafter in Egypt.
It's me, Donald, and I'm here with Donald. By the way, it's me, Donald.
I'm joking, man. I'm joking. I'm obviously joking. Sorry. You feel free to move Midas down if you need to. I'm joking. Midas, would you like to respond to Dr. Josh? Go ahead.
I don't even know what he's a doctor of. And I don't trust many doctorates now.
He's a doctor.
But for the
He's
most
a cereologist. Yeah, he's literally in the thing you're trying to talk about.
Everybody was quiet when Doc was speaking. Why you mad when I'm
Yeah, let Midas go. Let Midas go.
Yes, stop panic.
It seems to me that the evidences we did through history and archaeology were in the favor of the Christian mindset. So what do you guys have as far as the origin of God and the origin of life? Or you just...
Why is he changing the topic, though?
Midas, let's talk about the language. Keep it on.
The original argument is that I have evidence that dates back over 6,000 years, right? To prove the Christian perspective is a true perspective.
Midas, you're changing them.
No, it's the same argument. What you asked me first time.
You made the point. I asked you point blank. Hold on, Midas. I asked you point blank if Kanji was older than Sumerian, and you said yes. You said Sumerian is not older than Kanji. Okay?
It's contested.
Remember that?
It's contested. So if the scientists can't carbon date, they can't prove which one is the older one. You're gonna carbon date languages? We would agree that these two are the oldest languages. These two. Do you agree that?
I don't know if it's contested.
Are you asking Dr. Josh if he thinks Kanji is one of the two oldest languages?
Both of them correspond to the biblical narrative and perspective, and therefore are atheists retarded because they have no evidence to any of them.
Andrew, we have someone in the room who knows these languages and studied them. Can we hear from him a bit?
There you go.
Wait, who is that? Wait, who is that?
So I obviously don't know much of anything about kanji. Just Googling it, looks like it is a relatively late language, but we have a pretty good handle on how writing developed over the second half of the fourth millennium. We can kind of nail down the stages of its development. So I don't know exactly what hangs on that, but I'd be happy to hear what hangs on that.
Well, because it makes reference to stuff in the Bible.
Well, hold on. Remind us, if I said the Earth is flat or not flat, if I said the Earth is not flat, it means that it's contested. Do you think that that's a fair response to someone saying that?
But see, you're speaking about something that, if you say the Earth is round, you have nothing on the basic laws of physics to back it. Whereby the Earth is flat, you have the basic laws of physics. It could be
Oh, so
tested.
you're a flat earther too. Oh my God.
By the basic laws of physics, which are true. However, when we go to kanji, the issue of carbon dating is more nuanced because carbon dating has been found to be false nowadays. Therefore, I can say it's contested.
Carbon dating.
Wow, is all I can say. Jesus Christ.
Well, that's
Dating
contested.
has been completely debunked.
Yeah, that's contested, Midas, so I don't know. You know what I mean?
I mean, Andrew,
What
you
about
can't
the other
use like radiocarbon dating. You can't really use that stuff for anything like within 100-year range. It's got to be pretty broad, though, right? So maybe there's something.
And we have other forms of radiocarbon dating, right? That don't use.
Contested by whom? By the shadowy cabal of like South-South.
We're the contestants.
Say it,
Okay.
say it, buddy.
We don't accept.
Say it.
We don't accept. Exactly.
Choose.
Well, no, I prefer Zionists. But we don't
Wait,
accept.
but if he's a flat earther, you guys, I mean, sorry about that. I think it's amazing how like, you can get this stuff that kanji, the oldest written language, off of a random YouTube video, but you won't listen to like the person who actually has a PhD and shit, right? That he's
We should get
talking
Troyer in here.
this guy's gonna convince you the earth is flat. You don't listen to him.
Oh yeah, that would be elite. That would actually be elite. The Troyer is the judge. Midas makes the case. And Andrew makes that's it.
I'd like to ask Midas, do you know any Aramaic?
I was trying to bring some. Yeah.
That's it.
Even in the Aramaic, you have the Memra of the Lord, even in Genesis 1. So who is the Memra of the Lord? We always find that that's the Son. So that would be Jesus Christ again. So again now, we have three languages. Well, four, I mentioned Hebrew before. They correspond with a Christian perspective. What do atheists have as far as the origin of all life?
How does a language correspond with any perspective? A language is just like sounds and symbols on paper, right? It's just like mouth noises. It has nothing to do with the perspective.
Languages are just mouth noises.
Etymology.
That's right. Well, sometimes they're like
It's not
a little bit weird.
It's not cute.
We got Matt
Right,
Adams.
it's not cute.
Midas is getting picked on. Midas, actually, I was trying to use the flat Earth because I thought you wouldn't agree with it. You actually agree. You think the Earth is flat?
Overestimated his intelligence, Andrew.
Yeah, I did. You're stepping in it. You're stepping in it. I did. I did step in it.
Can you prove ground rules with basic law of physics? Can water stick to a bowl?
Okay. All right. My bad. Yikes.
No, yet it can stick to a bowl. That's what you're saying. You said
My bad. Hilarious.
It's the guys or it's minus nothing exactly. It works.
I might step again, do it again. But there are some people who think that Biden is not the president, right? Or wasn't the president. We'll do that.
and we'll just say that that's contested. Is that a fair answer? If somebody says no, that's contested, or that Trump was never president, that's fine. And somebody says that's contested. Do you accept that as a response?
I think you're making a false equivalence. So you're making a logical fallacy. And this is the thing we're getting back. Whenever I break down to you with evidence that I have 4 languages, 4 societies that all believe in Jesus Christ, you guys have nothing but a bunch of foolish laughter. It's like, wait, the ancient Sumerians believed in Jesus Christ like any form of origin. My original argument was atheists are retarded because they cannot prove the origin.
What you're about to say is not going to be an argument by any stretch of the imagination.
No, he just keeps forgetting to say premise 1.
Well, you could say it's a limitation of, I guess, science and the atheistic mindset to come up with the origin of life, thing or whatever.
Right, that's fine. You're about to embark on a generation.
Where does I don't know how to tell you. Where will life come from? Atheist mind.
Sorry.
Why does that matter?
Just,
Yes, Josh.
I just wanted to get some clarification. So, I noticed in the chat, Midas, that you wrote the Sumerian Epic of Gilgamesh. I'm just curious, what, coupled with, it sounded like you just said that the Sumerians talked about Jesus. Could you just clarify that for me, those two?
No, the rest of the stage stated that there were biblical correspondence with this time of, or the scroll of Gilgamesh and what happened in biblical times. So they said that.
He's asking you to tell us what that means.
I stated that kanji was wrapped around the events of the Bible and also Aramaic, because when we brought up Aramaic, I stated that Memra of the Lord is the Son of God. It was in Genesis.
Are you saying Nimrod? Are you saying Nimrod, grandson of Noah?
Bereshit. And the word Bereshit is spelled the first letter of the son. So what do you guys have except your imagination?
Are you saying Nimrod?
Wait, Dr. Josh, did you even come close to answering your question?
Midas, are you saying Nimrod, who built the tower?
I'm saying that the atheists are retarded because they don't know where the origin of the earth is.
He's not going to answer that question either. But Dr. Josh, did you answer your question in any way, shape, or form?
I think he said Memra.
Oh
my God, who cares what he fucking said? Dr. Josh, did he answer your question in any way, shape, or form?
Not that I could tell.
Piper, come on, we gotta at least hear what he said. Joe, I don't know what he said. He's spitting gold right now.
Yes, but she's focusing on this one, did he say Nimrod or not? I just want to know whether Dr. Josh thinks he answered the question, right?
Piper, do you think that Midas has nothing to offer us?
No, he did offer us a lot of laughs.
What about
We're going to stick some water to a ball.
Oh, let me have 10 seconds. Midas, have a room and follow me, add me back. Let's have a room. You be the teacher, and we will all listen. I will bring people in to listen to your knowledge, honestly. I listened to Dr. Josh for hours, so I'll definitely listen to you. Okay, Midas, can you teach
That
me
was the
stuff?
funniest thing you've ever said, Joanna. I listened to Dr. Josh, so obviously I'll listen to you.
I teach this regularly. Wow. So the thing is that the origin story, nobody on the atheist side can actually state where life comes from.
I did that already.
He doesn't want to.
Why can't they do that? I have
did it.
Of scholarship. You have nothing.
Well, we established that you don't have anything either, right? We don't have anything. But I also answered your question from before, and now you're harping on it.
Well, Midas, what is the strongest argument that atheism is false?
Because atheism is based off of a bunch of loose concepts that make absolutely no sense when you look into the details. And it has to
He doesn't think it makes Andrew. This is the argument. He doesn't think it makes sense, therefore it's false.
I'm putting that right next to my tree, therefore God argument.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
So, Midas, let me ask you a serious question here, right? So,
wait, can nobody answer my question about the atheist viewpoint on the origin of all life?
I already answered that question, you dingus.
I'm about to answer.
Here's what happened. He answered the question, and then when he answered it, you just don't like that answer.
Pretty easy.
You don't like the answer.
It's pretty easy to answer, Midas.
Midas, can you hang tight just real quick? I got a little beat to settle with Creekside.
Hey, Dr. Josh.
What's up? What's up?
I'm paying for you.
What up?
Creekside, you were a little frustrated in the side chat. I'm directing this at you, Andrew. How can you afford to sit around and you must be in your mama's basement and all that stuff? I mean, first of all, my mom has a nice basement. That's the first thing. And I'd be glad to be there.
Her basement is.
Yeah, thank you. Secondly, why would you do that, brother? I'm a brother.
I care about you, all right, man, but I'm a little pissed off because I'm fucking working 10 hours a day. I'm wondering how the fuck these people are able to not work. You know what I mean? Like, am I too stupid to
But you know what the scripture says?
It's called communism. You should try it.
The scripture says.
Yeah, and a lot of people have jobs where, they can talk to other people.
That's right. And the scripture says.
All of us are paid actors on the Andrew show.
That's right. And Creekside. The scripture says to rejoice with those that rejoice and mourn with those that mourn. I mean, I'm happy that I have the ability to be able to be online and do this stuff. I mean, why would you want to look? I'm sorry you're in your plight, but we can figure out some answers maybe. Figure out a way for you to generate income where you don't have to operate machinery all day. I don't know.
Yeah, because I'm tired of it, man. I'm tired of it. I hate my life. Dude.
I hear you, dude. No, I do hear you, and I appreciate that. It's all good. Well, I'm
See,
glad
that
you
was
came
a
back.
silent call for help, Andrew. One of your Christian followers just called out for help. It was silent. Give him a hand, Christian.
I mean, that wasn't silent, right? He made lots of words, right, come out of it.
If I know people know how to generate income and they know some secrets to income and they're willing to share them, that's like super cool. So,
Creekside can
yeah.
Piper, but
Let me get back to Midas real fast, right? This should only take half a second. Midas, are you still there?
Yeah, get right to Congress. John wants to talk to the idiot.
Yeah, I think
That's right, I do, Piper. I want to talk to you, but let me get Midas there.
Judd, you're about ready to get banned by Congress. You better
Piper gets in every conversation with me. I don't know why he keeps trying. It's sad.
No, Congress.
That could be your fantasy.
It was a joke, I'm kidding.
Go ahead, brother. And to Creekside's point, a lot of these people are paid to come online and talk this trash. If you haven't noticed, I don't know if that's why we're
What a great gig. What a great gig. Wait, can you tell them, Midas, that my paycheck didn't come in this month and I need 2 in order to.
Well, not only that, Piper,
does it include
right?
healthcare?
In university, I studied the hard sciences too, right? Chemistry and engineering. So I get paid by the government for the flat Earth shit too, right? I'm just raking it in.
Yeah.
But they get paid to come online and talk trash. And you notice what happened? They couldn't even talk about the improvement of all life from the atheist perspective.
I answered that question. You didn't get
Midas, I've been trying to answer it. You don't want to engage, right?
So the answer is P3, therefore P-Bro.
That's right. But anyway,
thanks.
There's no reason to think that God could not have set it up so that life comes about through natural processes. Like being natural, believing in the natural origin of life, does not mean that God is false, right? And God is perfectly capable of using, natural beings, right? There's no reason he can't set shit up. Just because you think he can't make round planets, right? And that water has to stick to shit, right? And gravity's impossible, doesn't mean that he couldn't have done that.
Well, it shows how much of a Harry Potter fantasy mind you have. I think you're a victim of television.
Your insults aren't even coherent.
What you do is you bring theories, but you have nothing.
Harry Potter fantasy mind.
Atheists are such retarded individuals because they have nothing to back any.
Yeah, you don't even know what the word theory means. So.
Well, retarded is no longer.
Retarded is being now disputed by scientists as false, and also that Kepler's theory is also false. And as the brother said just now,
Kepler's theory.
You believe in evolution. You believe that you are pea brain because it's based on a pea tree.
If pea tree and pea brain is retarded an acceptable word to keep using, Midas? Is that something that is everybody on board with that one these days, Midas?
It means
retarded.
It means I'll call them retarded. I call a spade a spade. That's my last name, Spade on here, right?
All right.
Amazing.
All right.
Andrew, you should have Andrew. You should have Piper respond to Creekside. He had an argument earlier today, remember?
Yes, Creekside. Can you give your argument again earlier? I think you feel like you were mistreated earlier, but I think you gave an argument that I think people couldn't quite handle. So
thank you. I appreciate that.
Right. Can you give it again?
The probability for life is like 1 in quintillion.
Yeah. People want to knock the design argument or the fine tuning arguments, but if we have to, we'll get Mark Grant up here. Yeah, we'll have to get Mark Grant up here because there's a lot of people that have been knocking the fine tuning. But can you give it again, Creekside?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm putting around in my pickup, guys. I'm almost home, but basically there's just a mathematical chance of us being here, and I looked at some of the better odds, or, I guess for the atheists, and it's 1 in 60 billion, but it's actually 1 in 6 quintillion of chance of us being here, and just perfect conditions.
Yeah, I'm convinced actually. No, I'm convinced that it's 1 in 6 trillion or something. Pretty unlikely.
Quintillion. It's like
quintillion.
Yeah. It's well over a trillion.
That's a big amount. Yeah.
No.
So I guess atheism must be false.
I like the way you did it earlier. You're like, it's 1 in 64 billion, and then Jacob like, yeah, okay, and then after a while you're like, actually, I tricked you. It's more than that.
Yes. Yeah. That was the plan.
So if you just so is the argument something like life is really improbable, therefore God? Is that the argument?
Yeah. We're looking at this mathematically. We're not looking at this from God. We're not looking at this with any influences. We're just looking at this from a mathematical perspective.
I'm not sure what you think that means, but okay.
Come on up, brother Tapioca. Tapioca.
This thing, man cannot create life. For those who are too retarded to understand this.
Yeah, nobody is relying on the idea that men are able to create life. So just settle down.
You have to create like the thing that life.
No, you don't actually have to do that. You don't actually have to do that.
Come up.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to hear you all talk.
Yeah, I know, it's like a problem.
Like,
No, you don't have to do that. You're just like an idiot who doesn't know anything.
Timothy's job here in a second. But here, you guys know, welcome Tapioca. I just want to tell you guys that there's a guy named, I tried to get him up here, he was just in the audience. His name's Ragnar. And we were doing a grill and atheist room. And he put his hand up, he came up on stage. He's like, okay, I'm ready to grill an atheist. And we're like, are you an atheist? He's like, yeah. He's like, and then Rob said, I asked him questions. He's like, I'm not going to answer any questions. We're like, this is grill an atheist. And he's like, you shouldn't need to ask any questions to grill me. And I was like, wow.
What the hell did that mean?
Stuck on that. I thought it was a roast. And he was stalwart. I'm talking like he was stuck on this for like 20 minutes, and Rob was just going in on him. I was saying stuff. It was so wild. Eventually, I think
only face for
he said, look, basically he wanted us to make the positive case for theism rather than grill, even though he said he's there to be grilled. It's called grill and atheist meet you.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he wasn't up for that. Even though he said he was, came up on stage and then told us we were ridiculous. He's like, yeah, everybody wants to ask questions. Nobody wants to make a case.
Did he take that grill an atheist and convince an atheist? Those are completely different concepts.
Yeah, I guess he just had a hard time understanding.
Maybe he thought it meant drilling with an atheist, like your guys' bar grill.
I am such a hungry, right?
So there are no responses to the 1 in quintillion.
He's like, where's the food?
Chilling and
grilling.
The response to what the 1 in 10 trillion argument is that this guy doesn't do that. That's the response.
Yeah, quintillion. Converse, what were you trying to say here a second ago? And by the way, I invited him up. He didn't come up.
Yeah, I'm saying, what's the response to the 1 in 10 trillion?
The response is that he doesn't know math. That's the response. There you go.
Well, you don't know that.
Well, just know that when you say, you have to put your pinky finger to your mouth and go quintillion.
Did you hear what Converse? Did you just tell Piper she doesn't know nothing?
Saying no, I said you don't know that he doesn't know math. Maybe he's.
Oh, indeed, I know that. It is a justified and true belief.
I'm not talking about
No. Creekside. Okay, the claim is now you don't know math. Can you go ahead and show your credentials? Maybe do that. Whatever that thing
I
is.
hope he does, but keep in mind he was like, when I looked at it, and I figured out the thing. He was kind of acting like he was the one that was like on the back of like an envelope, crunching some numbers, and he just came up with 5 quintillion, as if somehow like it was his work, his groundbreaking work on the probability.
Piper, that was actually an ad hominem thing. Because I asked what's wrong with the argument, you said he's not a mathematician. So that's just
no, I said he doesn't know math, and so if he's gonna make like a good mathematical argument, he has to know math. So
me? That's debatable.
Yeah.
Because I know what a billion is. You know what a billion is, dude.
Yes, indeed, I know what the number.
Hold on, Mom's trying to say something. Mom's trying to say something. Okay, all right. Piper, talk to Creekside. Be charitable, and but you can be spirited if you like, Piper. Creekside, you can flip Piper the middle finger if you need to. Piper, go ahead.
I mean, I don't know. So what? You have some mathematical proof for God? Go ahead.
No, just like there's a mathematical chance of us being here, and if you you can look on Google yourself, and
what variables did you input in order to get you to that number?
No peanut gallery. Gotta let these two go. Creekside got mistreated this morning. We're gonna be fair to him now. Go ahead, Creekside.
Yeah, Tim, shut the fuck up.
Go ahead, Creekside.
So now, can you ask me that again? Now what?
Wait. Okay, but what I'm asking you to give me your argument for God. That's what I'm asking.
Well, yeah, we're just talking, and I'm just trying to do this from a mathematical standpoint and the probability of us being here and the Earth being here and all the conditions, us being just perfectly, we're not too close to the sun, but we're not too far away. We have enough water, life on Earth.
It varies by like what 2 million.
John heard no peanut gallery. It was like peanut gallery. Let's go.
Anyway, so just if you guys want me to read it to you, according to the scientific understanding, the mathematical possibility of a planet like Earth existing is considered extremely low, often described as 1 in a billion or even 1 in a quintillion chance, due to the specific conditions required for a habitable planet, including its location within the Goldilocks zone of its stars, the right composition for the atmosphere, the presence of liquid water, often discussed in relation to the Drake equation, which attempts to estimate the number of potential civilizations in the universe by multiplying various probabilities related to planet formation and the emergence of life. And so basically it just says that we are 1 in 6 quintillion chance of us being here with those odds of what I just said. Some say it's 60 billion. Some say it's in the
okay, well, before you get into the controversies, right, why don't you just tell us what point you think that makes? Why don't you just tell us what point you think that makes? Like, what's the significance of that for God?
Well, because I know that there's a lot of people that ask me to give them absolute proof of God, and they know I can't give them physical proof of.
All right, but you are trying to make a point. So make the point you're trying to make, and not the point you're not trying to make.
So the point that I'm making here is that I'm trying to get you guys from a logical standpoint to, understand the probability of us being here, and maybe does that give you guys any pause at all? Does that give you any pause at all, Piper? Do you not think there's any significance to that?
Well, so
I've never had anybody quite answer this. They just kind of skate around it.
No, it doesn't give me any pause. It doesn't give me any pause, and I'll tell you why, right? So what you're doing is you're saying, oh, well, according to whatever mathematical or scientific authority, right, life on Earth is extremely improbable. All right, but what you're not doing is you're not telling us how you're getting from that fact to the existence of God. That's what I want to know.
That's what I'm talking about, man. How is it possible that we are here if that's just,
Well, you understand that low probability events are still...
Okay. Yeah, there's still, like I said, there's still in that 1 in quintillion chance. But I don't buy it, okay? I'm just telling you I don't buy it.
But look, I'm not interested in what you buy or don't buy. I'm interested in the argument you have for God.
Right there, okay? That the mathematical possibility of us being here, it's not 1 in a million.
I'm asking how you get from there to the existence of God.
Think about it, what I'm getting at here, dude.
I don't think you're getting at anything.
You're on the phone right now, Piper, talking to me from across the wherever. You don't think any of this stuff is amazing? You don't think you see any other planets?
Oh, okay. Wait a second. Hold on. I think I'm getting the argument right. So the argument is amazing stuff, therefore God. Is that right?
No, I mean, but listen, dude. I mean, look at our world today, dude, and look what I'm telling you. I'm laying it out for you. Look at the mathematical possibility of us being here. It's not 1 in a million. It's not 1 in a trillion. It's 1 in quintillion, dude. Chances, okay?
What?
Do you not have anything to say to that? What do you have to say to that? What I just
I'm asking you why you think it's significant.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you why you think it isn't. I'm asking
because
you.
You're not making. Okay, I'll tell you exactly. I'll tell you exactly why I don't think it's significant, right? The reason I don't think it's significant is because you're not, right, showing me how it's significant, right? You're not saying, okay, so there's this fact about the probability of humans living on Earth.
The probability.
Stop it. You're not saying what you need to do, right? Is you need to say, okay, you have this fact about the probability of human beings existing on Earth. It's a very low probability. Okay. And from there, by some process of reasoning, and you have to fill in the gaps there, I get to the existence of God. So do that.
Okay, the 1 in quintillion. Where is that possibility? Explain to me where the other is. There
once again, you understand that low probability events are possible, right?
Yeah, but I'm just saying, Piper, is there any other, answer me this. Have they found any planet like us? Have they found anything like us anywhere? They've been searching for a while.
They haven't found yet, but the thing about the universe.
Exactly.
Well, the thing about the universe, which makes it hard for you to rest on your laurels because of that, right, is that it's really, really big. And so the reason we haven't found one yet is because, our capacity to explore this really, really big thing is actually pretty tiny still.
And you know that for a fact.
Yeah.
How? See, that's what I'm saying. You know that for a fact.
Okay, so what I want you to do, I'll tell you how. So what I want you to do is I want you to look up the number of galaxies in the universe. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. I mean, yeah, there's a lot. I'm not really sure how many.
So don't you think that substantiates the idea that the universe is too big for us to explore much of it yet?
Well, that's the thing is they say that, and I'll read it to you, how many galaxies are there in the universe. It is estimated that there are between 200 billion and 2 trillion. So the chances.
Right, and how many of those have we been able to explore?
But we've explored quite a bit, man. I mean,
I'm actually making the point to you that we haven't explored quite a bit.
The spiral galaxies.
Can you just answer the question that I asked? Wait, instead of going on another tangent, you just answer the question that I asked.
Was that typewriter? Who has the typewriter?
It sounded like either like a nail gun or somebody's at a shooting range.
It could have been my chair.
Piper is making fallacious arguments. The brother said
No. Everybody's allowed. It's just me.
Stop. It's just me that was allowed to interrupt. Stop. Back to the conversation. No one's gonna come forward.
Why do you guys have?
No, I mean it could have been my chair. So
Origin theory of life.
Linus, we moved on from you. Linus, we moved on. Okay, you failed. It's fine.
Winning.
No, we moved on, Midas, we moved on. Anyway, so, Mr. What's your name? Creekside? Yeah, so my point is, right, that there are all of those galaxies, right? Billions, right? And yet, the only galaxy that we've been able to explore really at all is our own, right? And basically not even that. We basically we explore our we can sort of just hold on. We can sort of just hold on. We can sort of explore our own solar system, and that's about it.
No, we've looked a lot, dude. Like we've been looking for a long time, man. We even got a new, more powerful telescope, man. Like we can look at many.
Yeah, but the thing is, those telescopes, right? They only allow us to see like the light from stars and planets. They don't actually allow us to go there and explore. the problem.
So,
Right. So the fact that we haven't found other life-supporting planets yet isn't surprising at all.
The James Webb has spotted 25,000 galaxies, and they have not found fucking one.
Yes, but we can't explore any of them.
We can. We can a little bit. We can look. We can look and see if there's anything that
But
looks.
looking at a galaxy and exploring it aren't the same thing. You understand this, right?
You can see the atmosphere on planets, right? Right?
Some of
you can see the atmosphere. So, all right. So there's nothing that's like us, man. They've looked, and so I don't know what you're trying to get at here, bro.
Well, actually, now you're just saying things that are false, right? Because what the people who are looking, the reason that people are looking for life-supporting planets is because they are confident that they're there, right? So when you say, oh, they looked and they couldn't, there aren't any, you're just saying things that are false.
They haven't found any, man. That's my point here. And
I'm telling you why that's not surprising.
So you're talking about the mathematical possibility of the Earth and how we're just so unrare.
I didn't say anything about math, right? My point was just.
Your point is wild, man, because like you're saying, you're acting as if we're not rare, but yet you can't even list fucking one that even looks remotely like
and I'm telling you why that's not surprising.
No, it is.
I don't think Piper has a chance in maths of convincing you. Chief, what do you mention it? Creekside, sorry. One more time for the room. I don't think he has a chance in maths. Nothing?
Yeah, I don't want to hear it about that.
It was fucking tough crowd, huh?
Oh, it's cool, Liddy. It's cool. I agree, man. I don't think he realizes what 60 billion is. I don't think he realizes what a billion is. I don't think he would have. I'm rooting for you right now. He acts as if this is some normal thing. Like there's Earth just all around us. Unfortunately, there's not. And you seem silly, Piper, by having this argument, dude.
I don't think I'm the one that seems silly.
No, I think you seem silly because I gave you mathematical possibilities.
I know you think that.
And you cannot explain that one bit. There's not one fucking Earth. There's not one thing like us. Nothing.
You understand? No, stop. You understand that an argument for God isn't just, okay, here's this improbable thing. You explain that, atheist. You understand that's not normal?
Because you're going to try to give me proof. Give me pictures of God. You know I can't do that. You people try to...
No, nobody asked for that.
Fox Christians...
No, you're going on a tangent. It's not relevant, right?
I'm not,
so
Piper.
What I'm asking for is an argument, not pictures, buddy.
Okay, an argument. I just gave you a mathematical possibility of the Earth being here. Okay?
No, but what you gave me is not an argument for God.
What can you argue against that, Piper?
Okay, what I argue against that is that it's not a fucking argument. An argument, I'll explain this to you again, right? If you wanted to create an argument, right, and some people have done something similar to this, right, you would say, okay, life is really improbable, right? And from this fact, I do some reasoning, and I get to the conclusion that this fact
the most recent change is that when we pop open the sheet that says, hey, pick, these 3 things that you'd like to talk about, we let you dismiss that now and let you change, add to interest from your profile for sentence at any time. We're working to figure out how we can support a broader set of interests and how we can take the same idea of finding new people that might want to talk to you about your topic, how we can extend that to any topic. So that anytime you start a room, we're able to figure out who else in the system might enjoy being in that room, who else in the system might you want to talk to, so we can let them know about your room too. Like that matching, interest-based matching is a really big theme of what we've been working on recently and what we're going to be working on over the months to come. So that's some of the iteration that we've been doing on interest-based rooms. So doing a better job of matching the people who are also interested in that topic, and giving you more controls over things like notifications and whether you just spike those interests now and whether you can edit them later. And we're rolling it out to a much broader set of people today. So you can pick your topic, and we will find people to talk with you about it. So check it out. Make sure you're on the latest update on iOS or Android. It's not in every country now, but it's in a lot more countries now. And if you go to clubhouse.com/what's new, you can learn more about it. So really excited for this one, and I'm really excited to build on this and extend it to a lot more parts of the Clubhouse app.
I love it. I love it. So I've had a lot of fun in some of these rooms, I have to say. It's really amazing when people are engaged in the same topic from completely different walks of life and different parts of the earth that are kind of coming together in the same space and talking about whatever it is that they chose to talk about. So I'm excited. So thanks for continuing to iterate on it, and really definitely do want the feedback on it. As Paul said, a lot of the feedback early on about notifications has helped. So as you're experiencing these rooms for the first time, or anything that you've experienced in them, we definitely want to know. So again, please let us know. Clubhouse.com/what's new, because we're excited to keep iterating on these. So thank you, Paul. That's super exciting. But are you ready for some Q&A, Paul? That's the big.
I'm always ready for some Q&A. Let's do it.
Okay. So as you know, it's kind of become a tradition where we bring members of the community up to the stage to kind of represent everyone on behalf of the Q&A part. So I'm super excited to bring to the stage someone who's super consistent on the app, always hosting really interesting rooms, always dodging the drama. It is Ty Banks. Welcome to the stage, Ty. Tell everyone about yourself if they don't know you. Please, by all means.
Good evening. How you guys doing? Appreciate the invite. My name is Ty Banks Live. I host rooms on. You can verify on TMZ.com, TMZLive.com, and I was recently on a dating show.
For continuing to iterate on it, and really definitely do want the feedback on it. As Paul said, a lot of the feedback early on about notifications has helped. So as you're experiencing these rooms for the first time, or anything that you've experienced in them, we definitely want to know. So again, please for continuing to iterate on it, and really definitely do want the feedback on it. As Paul.
Or just clowns on. So. Marius. Oh, building now. Oh, with the old. And with the new. Building now. Oh, with the old.
Okay, like, because I had came back, but I'm not speaking to you.
No, I'm just giving you some keys of life. When you walk into a space and there's a conversation is being had.
Anyways, I keep meaning to come
back. You sit back and shut the fuck up.
Who is this? Are you talking to your dead mother? Like, who are you talking to?
Never mind. I'm not lying. Sounds like he's got
Yeah, I don't know what that old man is over there rambling about. I came in, King, did I not come here talking to you?
Oh, you did.
I don't know who that King is talking to. He must be talking to my motherfucking slow ass kid. He's not talking to me. I know that. Rex better get on point.
What I'm about to talk to
You're not talking. Yeah, you better talk to somebody else. That's what you better do.
Well, I'm going to talk to somebody that's outside the motherfucking room that's looking at this. I'm going to talk to you. Now, open your fucking mouth again.
Bitch, the fuck? Fuck you and your dead ass mama, bitch. Part of your man.
My mother's alive.
Yeah, that bitch is gonna die soon, bitch. You sound like you got one.
Yeah. She's gonna die.
Yeah, like he ain't finna die too, bro. What the fuck?
Exactly. I don't die. You die, nigga.
Yo.
This nigga can't go. This nigga is like a
yo, bro, I literally came in to say what's good, bro.
What's up?
Hey, yo, why you different to me? What's good, bro? I know, bro.
Yeah. What's been up, though? What you tell you? You're running on the streets and shit.
Nah, bro. I'm not going to. I'm just here.
Just hanging out.
Just hanging around.
Hey, would you let a dog kiss you in the face?
Nah,
Would you let it, like, do you pet your dog? You got a dog?
I ain't got a dog. I got a cat.
Is it a male or a woman? You got a woman.
It's a female.
You have one.
Yes, sir. What?
They all the same.
I'm getting two questions at the same time, so.
You were saying that it's all the same. I seen this dude. He had a male, dog that was, he was stroking it, petting it. He was like,
You ain't gonna say no Diddy?
Nah, for what? Anyway.
Nah, go ahead.
That's my boy, Diddy. Anyway, so why does everybody hate him anyway? You know what? I'm just asking you. I don't hate him. Why does everybody hate him?
Nah, go ahead. Keep going. Then,
I'm just asking you anyway, man. So, so he's petting his dog, right? And I say, is that a boy or girl? He's like, oh, it's a boy. I'm like, the dog gets more speech. He's like, oh, yeah. I said, that's a man dog, right? That's a man, right? A male, right?
Right.
Yeah. And I was like, so, but I can go to your house and pet me and then I lick your face. I was like, fuck, no, that's gay.
Hey,
I said, oh, nigga, hold on, get ready. We got a male dog, right? That's got a penis, don't it? He was like, man, it's different, man. That's a dog. I said, does it have a penis, sir? He said, yeah. I said, and it's in your face on top of you right now, look in your face. Is that some gay shit? Or not? He was like, man, it's a dog. I said, okay, you just justifying you getting the bestiality. Got you. Okay. He said, damn, fuck you, man. Fuck you. Yeah, that was shit. That's I'm joking. There you go. Yeah, that shit, yo. Hey, that's some real shit, bro. Did you write it down, though? Did you write it down? I've already got it. Okay. So that shit was fast, bro. Man, shit. I really don't write shit down, okay? I'm around a whole bunch of fucking idiots. I can just go off the rip and just fuck people over. Gotcha. You know what I'm saying? So, like, on stage, I just like bitches up. Are you a liar? No. Do you like liars? Everybody raise your hands and cheat out here, this motherfucker. Okay. Nobody. All right. Do you all like hypocrites and shit? Is anybody out here a hypocrite? Y'all say one thing and do the other. Anybody? Ain't no hands. What the fuck is going on out here? Y'all some, okay? Y'all some lying motherfuckers. So my thing is, what the fuck? Y'all mad about liars? All you motherfuckers right here lying. You have to slow down your approach. What you mean? Because you tossing out others. Yes. You're tossing out your questions way too fast. Oh, you know what? Okay. This is without any motherfucking heard. Once I get this motherfucker. No, I'm saying once you're on the stage. What? You ask a question about who don't like this or that. Just look at two other, three other people. Right. Now you got your audience. Yeah. So you say you gotta pause. Because you already got a stand-up ovation that they gonna laugh their ass off once you pause. Just treat them as a right. Yeah, okay, I'm not. That's it. Come on now. Stop bullshit. That's it. While I'm standing on stage, I'm tweeting shit, walking back and forth. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. All right. Gay dog, bestiality. Yeah, that's why you run the stage dry. So you can practice on a dry stage. So you can just figure out, okay, I need to stand here. No, that's not good. Need to look here. Okay. And you have Dion Cole. Right? Isn't his name Dion? I don't know him. That nigga, he start laughing. This shit is funny though. Until you can build your audience, those old jokes you can bring back later on, because now people know you. They expect to laugh. They just don't laugh at stupid shit. Hey man, I told you. You ever seen a gay dog? I ain't never seen a gay dog. I heard I'm a gay dog.
Yeah, right.
Jazz, do you have a gay dog?
You know, talking about dog and God. God is gold. Dog is dude. Oh! No, I was doing a mantra of the word God, and it means go, and then dog means do. Yeah, that shit. Those crack addict Adderall faggots think their app is actually, all the work they do, ain't nothing fucking changed. It's free telephone. They can spin it any way they want. They still faggots. Joe Armenia and Paul Dittmann. Or Paul, whatever the fuck his name is. They're just sitting there saying, more people are talking now forever. They're making new friends, talking about all the categories you've ever... It's like they don't even exist on this app. They just tell us what they think is happening on this app. Little do they know, people are talking here, and they think they're a bunch of faggots, and this app sucks, and it's all going to come to shit because it's shit.
John is, you know John K? Yeah, I know. Oh, you know John Pierce. Oh, John went for his,
I don't know. Probably melting down all that aluminum to sell it to the Japanese. He'll be a millionaire.
You talking about Donald Trump, John?
Yeah, 72-pack Miller High Life.
Wine cellars. Yeah, he gave us that. Oh, white people out. For like 1100 Street. Oh. Hell, I'd have here, been asleep. Got up, cooked dinner, and all kind of shit. Went back to sleep. Watched my ass and all that shit. This motherfucker's coming through. What's up, man?
Something like that. Oh, Lord. Wait a minute. Because you and I are cool. Just because I asked you not to call me something. Oh, yeah, I'm definitely sensitive. Definitely sensitive. But, like, I respectfully asked you not to call me. It's cool.
expect that the motherfucker right in front of the motherfuckers.
That's my brother. That's my brother.
That's some old school shit. Yeah. The motherfuckers came all the way up to your motherfucking kneecap. They was broke out. Oh, the original dope man. Those original dope men. And the bitch was $9.99. Yeah. Your Air Force Ones was only $19.99. That was it.
Yeah, the price go up when the demand go up. Everybody should know. Think about it, I was in B-Live. These young kids, they got $150 pair of B-Live, bro. Like, everybody want to work people want, I swear to God, like, it's no weird champion thing. What? Oh, shut up.
Oh, my little champion. You used to go to motherfucking paper and get tips. Yo, it's right.
Now no more.
Get a brand wearing that shit.
Now they open the and I think they get their going for it at like Walmart and stuff.
Like in Baltimore, they got these people paying like $300 for a pair of pants. These little pants was only $15 for sweats. I knew that was it. You motherfuckers, then they started going to the barrel. Okay. And then they made cleats. That motherfucker was $20. The motherfucker whole soul would rip off them bitches on the field. I mean, shit, I bought stuff for some practice cleats and shit in college. Like, and they said, hey, man, you can't wear this shit.
Yeah, no more about my I've always been like to be myself. I like to boss around. I don't know. I think it's always that you got a lifetime for it, you know? Yeah, but you know, what you don't know? It's better to always, I think it's like to exchange per year or some shit, like some stupid shit, some stupid ass clause, some stupid fucking executive put it there, or somebody who's looking at their pay, they're getting affected by, this shit. And so they're trying to keep the cost and all that shit down. And they see, these companies got a lot of motherfucking assholes in there that's trying to, they don't give a fuck about the existence of that company. They really don't.
For Oscar, you got a house? Or Jazz, you got a house? Yeah, I got a house.
No, I got property, no house.
So, I'm talking about this app. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Where you want to open up a house? Yeah, so Doc can come back in. I feel bad for him. I want to open up a house.
Y'all niggas get on my nerves. Y'all just
I need some entertainment. Doc is fun. We can round him up. Wound Doc up. It's easy to wound Doc up. Well, fuck you, man. He'll start shooting some kind of shit. Now you did that. I'm here for the house. Right.
Having a hard time justifying AR-15s in any capacity. You really need, what's the need? You don't hunt with AR-15s. So, no, I'm with you. I think there needs to be much more restrictions. And put restrictions on bullets. causing a lot of problems right now. So
just look what happened with months ago, and he got shut down. He obviously had mental issues, no restrictions, and he went to God, I think, within a week of his assassination. No background check, no nothing, just got it done.
if you put a demographic study with young, low testosterone, white male young virgins and AR-15s, I think your Venn diagram would be on maturity.
Well, wait a minute. How did they go off into the world being virgins, inept, and with low testosterone? Isn't that the responsibility of their said white parents to have better conversations and to better prepare their children so that they don't fly off the deep end like that and blow other people's kids away?
Yeah, gotcha.
This kid was on the radar with the FBI last year.
But he should have been in the radar of his living room with his parents.
Not solvable.
Well, let me say this. But
good morning.
Even, hold on a second. I got everybody as well. Even if the parents have to talk Adams, right? The EV access to guns in America, what are they gonna do when it beats the house? You can listen, I'm in Brooklyn, you're gonna change his mindset. I don't know, but I don't know if that works for him. Let me say a little bit.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm well, how are you?
Fantastic. You just come back with Israeli slavery. It's also on that. That's not. What do you think is? Should it be stricter gun laws in America?
Sure. I mean, yeah, why not? At this rate, if y'all don't think there should be stricter gun laws, then I don't know what type of time y'all are on, because with the sheer number of just kids dying in these schools, I'd be like, yeah, stricter gun laws. I think that there's something to be said about the fact that these school shooters are mostly white males. I think that y'all are really like some of the most treacherous people in our society. But I've been saying that since 2021. This is nothing new. So,
what people specifically? White people?
White males. White people, I mean, y'all already know how I feel about white people, but white males in particular.
I don't. Once you start
treacherous.
I don't know how you feel once you start saying something white people. Well, white people are raised so I agree with you.
Who's next? Anyone that embraces being American is unhealthy. Like I was saying, because Jay was talking to me though, right? So what I was gonna say was, this is how I feel about white people. I'm not in community with white folk, right? So my understanding of like how they move is limited. I'm not in community with y'all. Y'all have made it abundantly clear to me and to people that look like me that y'all don't want to be in community with us. So I reciprocate energy, and it's giving very much like, y'all stick with your people and I'll stick with mine. But white folks, y'all really do be on some crazy shit. Like, granted, right? Like, everyone commits crimes, but y'all are particularly diabolical in the shit that y'all be doing. It's creative, some of it. Some of it's sick as hell. Some of it's just like, I'm like, y'all, really? But that's all I wanted to say. And to Reverend, like, at the end of the day, right, it's not a flex to be white. It's definitely not a flex to be an American, right? This is a very complicated country. And I think for anyone to wake up in the morning and be like, I'm gonna booty clap for America today, is just, you're a clown. Especially if you old. I expect you to have like a certain level of just like understanding of the world, right? You have more yesterdays than tomorrows. So I'm just kind of like, I'd expect you to be a bit more like just critical of your environment, where you grew up, the vibes. That's it.
Yeah, that's great. And I'm going to be honest with you. Some of the things you said, you need to believe people like you is the reason why racism is funny.
That's fine. Let it exist. Like, it's always gonna exist, right? Racism is quite literally woven into the fabric of this country. They're inextricably linked. You cannot have America without racism. So it's just like, at the end of the day.
Wait, everybody, hold on. You make it seem like all white people are monolith and we all think alike.
I think that y'all move very similarly. That's what y'all move very similarly. And
well, I'm gonna move these stories since I had enough of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to the topic, but you know, I want to say this though. It's more likely that if we did it, I guess. People they.
Please leave your message for 704-671-8645.
Hey, Carly, this is John in Jefferson Park. Thought I would just give you a ring, see if you're free. If you want to get together for dinner, sunset dinner at Montrose Beach at the Dock Restaurant, just give me a call or text me. I'd love to say hello and hope you're having a great day. Bye.
Happening with helicopters or something, and then maybe all these other weird sightings are like sort of these supplementary forces like exit premises, but that doesn't account for the whole festival shooting. It clearly is like, and so I think regardless of what it was more than one thing at once, and I think it's very likely that whatever it was so botched that, and maybe it was botched because it was botched, but maybe it was botched because it was interrupted or like counterattacked, or who knows. But regardless, that makes it hard to analyze the signature of what it is, because once something goes wrong, like the JFK shooting goes wrong, then suddenly actions don't necessarily align with like the ideal way to do something, because it's actually just a bunch of dudes with guns freaking out and doing their best to get out alive and to like make it work based on their objective and what's going on in this crazy situation. And that makes it really hard as like a journalist to posthumously go in and look at the evidence and say, look, this all makes sense. Because inevitably, a dude running around with a gun in the middle of a music festival is going to do irrational things. It's hard to like explain it with logic. So I don't know. It's like a total mystery. But it's a mystery. They got swept under the rug, got completely shadow banned. A bunch of the people that were there that were speaking out about multiple shooters died afterwards, like quietly just like left the world. Yeah. And then that all gets censored too. And so then it's like hard to tell what's real. So I'm in the process right now of kind of getting access to the journalists that like were primary on it, that were reporting that like when it was happening, and just kind of unpacking it all, because it's hard to go back and know what to trust, because that's a crazy allegation, right? That these people, like all these witnesses died. Yeah. But I've heard it from a lot of different people now, and so I'm starting to be like, it's like at least 50% credible, and I've got to corroborate that. It's weird that this story is super shadow banned everywhere. Well, it makes sense that it's super shadow banned everywhere, because if it's anything but what they told us, holy Lord, they've got to shadow ban the hell out of it. Because essentially, regardless of what it is, it's basically us getting if we were to get at that truth, a lot of things would probably unravel. And maybe some of them are still ongoing, because like Bin Salman right now is like in the middle of the peace deal in Israel, and like Saudi Arabia right now is critical to the global war and peace structures. Like there's a lot going on that are probably still active.
How did you find that? Did you just Google it? 8 Las Vegas witnesses dead within 30 days of attack.
Yeah.
1 month after Las Vegas, October 1st, observers are still looking for a satisfactory answer to the shooting, claiming mainstream media has given up on covering the attacks. Conspiracy theorists believe the public has bought into the lone wolf scenario that claims 59 lives. Interesting. It's on a
look at this. So the second paragraph is these other two paragraphs are critical.
8 key witnesses, can you zoom in a little bit, perished in questionable conditions, according to WUN News. The report says that each of the 8 had something in common besides being present throughout the gunfire. They each knew details of the massacre which contradicted the authorized narrative. 4 of the 7 gave accounts to the media which stated that there was more than one shooter. Others died before they could speak out.
And what most of those allegations were, I believe, is that there were shooters on the ground, actually in the crowd at the festival. And when you look at the pattern of deaths, like on that Google Maps file, the bodies are, a lot of them are in the middle of the festival. But then there's one whole grouping that is like top right. When you look at the map, it would be like kind of north. Basically, it's like farther away from the shooter. There's a whole grouping of bodies that was essentially obstructed from view of the shooter outside the festival and behind like kind of the fences of the festival on the other side from him. And so you start to, and a lot of the witnesses say that there were people with guns that came in from the sides into the event. And when you look at, like, there's a ton of headshots, like clear headshots, you can see in the videos of, like, the cops in the cell phone videos. You can see a few different instances where the cops are like, damn, that's a clean headshot. Like, or really? Damn, right between the eyes. Yeah, like they say it verbally while they're looking at
Where are these videos available?
Oh, they're in that map. Yeah. They're in that map, and or on YouTube. There's more. And so there's a ton to dig through, because a lot of the cell phone videos are mostly shorter, but a lot of the body cam videos are like 3 hours long, 2 hours long. So it's a lot to sift through. But
what happens when you publish stuff like this on YouTube? Have you tried yet?
On YouTube, I have not. It got flagged on TikTok at first, and then it went back up when I appealed it. It's still live on Instagram. It blew up on X. So really, it seems to be working. And I didn't go. I think I'm reasonably good these days at walking this line between like presenting the evidence that will get you in trouble. Is like if you don't present too much, you just present enough, that really gets people thinking, and shows them clearly there's more to this than you've been told. But I'm not gonna like break any new whistleblower testimony. I'm not gonna like.
I have photos.
Documents that are gonna newly incriminate people.
I have
photos. So this fine line where I think.
Mr. Hello.
TikTok is so censored having it.
Can you hear me?
Walk it right. You usually get like the information that's already out there.
Wow. Yeah, fuck that Vegas story.
The Inspector Gadgets is the same name on Instagram and
Ma'am, I don't need to know nothing about you.
18 years old. Those poor people. It's crazy to me. Let me say hello to Adrian. What's up, Adrian?
What's up, dude?
How you doing?
I'm pretty good. How about yourself?
I'm doing all right, man. So I had to. Is that your car over?
I had to put a seatbelt on.
Absolutely. So I had this knucklehead come up and start trying to gaslight the room. Our parents should be held accountable for something that happened today. What do you think about that?
I was in a Kamala room earlier, and I had to leave that room because it was all on there. The whole take the guns away, make the parents responsible. I was like, fuck, y'all motherfuckers are crazy. Like, no, I totally disagree with that. If a family member with the parents was shown to have like some kind of involvement with it, or some sort of knowledge, or help in some kind of way, yeah, I get it. But
the average parent can't be held liable for what a child does. I mean, I think that'd be a bad idea.
Well, what do you think? Listen, you have a large family, right? And I know as a father, you must worry about your kids all the time. What do you think about? You think there should be stricter gun laws in America? And if so, what does that look like?
I think like you say, you use Chicago as an example. I know what's going on. Like I don't think they need stricter gun laws for like legal people, but like for illegals, they should make it not illegal immigrants, but people who can't own guns. But what they do, they buy from people. People go to Indiana and they can buy them pretty liberally, and they come sell them in Chicago. Or some people go to like gun shows and they buy a shit ton of guns and they come sell them in Chicago. So like I think that should be stopped. That people shouldn't be able to buy guns from gun shows and sell them without a trace, and then they end up in the hands of some gangbang in Chicago or LA or wherever they may end up at. Like people should be, if you buy a shit ton of guns, you shouldn't have to say where them guns went to. You should be able to buy 20 guns at a time, a few times a year. Next, you know, all them guns are gone, and you just saying you don't know where they're at. Like you should be held responsible. Like that person should be held responsible. Like that.
2 words, Jay. 2 words. 28th Amendment to the Constitution. 2 words. Solves it all, buddy. Ban bullets. Your problem solved. No worries for the rest of your life. Ban bullets.
I made a similar thing. I said that they should put serial numbers on bullets. Therefore, people wouldn't be buying bullets for people. They should put, I wouldn't ban them, they definitely should put serial numbers on bullets. That would help a lot.
I'm pro
inner city shooters, for sure.
I'm pro guns. I'm anti bullets. Man, you are the king of the world when you can solve that problem in 2 words. Easy. 28th Amendment. Boom.
What's up, Brent? Brent, are you there? Well, the reality is, he's not going to answer. He's doing whatever he's doing. No, sorry. The reality is that it's okay. The NRA is too powerful, and they give too much money to these politicians. And that's
NRA, JTOA.
What's GOA?
Gun Owners of America. They're the much better Second Amendment organization.
But do you think there should be stricter gun laws in America, Frank?
Yeah, I think there should be stricter gun laws.
What does that look like?
What does that look like now, or what does that look like in my ideal? I think
59 people killed.
It's like
the biggest mass shooting in the history of America.
It's tricky
because I'm just sitting there thinking about.
That's very pro-gun. So what can you actually pass now? The Supreme Court essentially says you can pass laws that have a relation back to the founding. So text, history, tradition, there has to be a corollary in the founding. I think if you look at the founding gun laws, you can, if you look at the founding of the country, what they used to do is they essentially restricted guns in urban settings, and when it was crowded, like you could have a gun. You could have a gun if there were like town festivals and shit. So I think taking that tact is what you're going to have to do to keep current gun laws from being declared constitutional. But what I'd eventually like to do is I'd like to go Australia size, Australia's law, and create significantly less guns, firearms in the country, because I don't like sitting my child to school with the thought that he could be shot full of bullets, frankly.
Thank you, Brent. Jerry, why do I get the feeling that you're pro-gun?
Hi, Jay. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Mic is yours.
Yes. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Mean person, Reverend. I don't know what he's saying.
But you know what? Neither does he. Sorry.
I couldn't believe I saw that advertisement. I was like, what is Jay doing? Okay. I understand that there's generalities said, and I understand this is very emotional, and I want to ask, how do you say your name? Ole? How do you say it?
Old Raj.
Okay, Old Raj. Okay, Old Raj, what does the 28th Amendment propose to do? Can I ask you, please, so you can explain it maybe for some of us so that we are clear? What does that mean?
Very simple, solves all problems. Very simple.
I know, but
what's the context of the 28th Amendment, Suzanne?
yeah, thank you.
I just proposed it. Ban bullets solves problems. End of story.
You know that's not what 28th Amendment is, right? Did you look it up so you can?
We only have 27.
Okay. So, Newsom he proposed the 28th Amendment to the United States Constitution.
I answered your question. It solves problems.
No, you didn't. Because the 28th Amendment, many components of it is already in place. Do you want to hear what the bullet points are, or do you want to just say ban bullets and move on? I mean, I think you have to go a little bit more into detail. I'm just saying.
Having the Constitution.
Okay. So it would raise the federal minimum age to 18 to 21.
Raj, let us say what she wants to say, please. Go ahead, sure.
I'm just okay. So it's a four-pronged proposal. It raises the federal minimum age to purchase a firearm from 18 to 21. That's for purchasing, not for using. Okay, so this kid who's 14 today, I'm sure he didn't purchase it. I'm sure he had it in his house and so forth. So that's not going to address this problem. You can still find a gun in his house or a family member that has a gun. So that's not going to help.
You not hear what I said?
Okay, and I'm supposed
ban bullets. Problem solved. That's it.
Well, hold on, Raj.
I don't do sloganeer, so I don't know what that means. I'm just trying to.
May I ask you a question? If it's found that his parents, we got the gun from his, you don't have to meet up, we're having a conversation. If it's found that the gun was from his parents, should they be held liable?
We'll get to that part. I understand. I'm just trying to answer what he said about the 28th Amendment. The second thing that they're proposing is mandating a universal background check, which we already have, right? And then the third one is instituting a reasonable waiting time for all gun purchases. We have that.
We don't have 28th Amendment. You get my.
And then barring civilian purchase of assault weapons that are essentially war weapons, which is automatic rifle. So these are all the four components of what the 28th Amendment would look like.
What are you talking about? We have.
Why are you interrupting me?
I answered your question for probably the 15th time. We don't have a 28th Amendment. You're rambling. You're spending.
No, I'm not. I'm proving a point that you don't know what you're talking about. All right. That's what I'm doing. I'm telling you these components of this amendment that you keep saying that we need to adopt. I'm just telling you what it is.
What proponents? What proponents?
Components, first of all, and if you would just calm down.
What components of what amendment?
The 28th, the proposed 28th that you just said. I just read them.
Who's proposing the 28th Amendment? Who?
Okay. Governor Gavin Newsom. He was one of the people who proposed the 28th Amendment to the United States Constitution. I'm just reading it. It's gun safety measures, yes. Republicans, Democrats, everybody is on board. But here are the components. We already have many of these in place. We actually have all of them. And it doesn't help. So I don't know, you want an amendment? Okay, but we already have these things in place. That's what I'm trying to say.
My amendment solves the problem, period. Full stop. Don't need to say another word. It solves the problem.
Okay. Oh, I don't get to say another word?
2 words.
First of all, you need an Article 5 convention or a mandatory convention to even adopt this.
We didn't have an Article 5 convention as the 27th Amendment. You're completely wrong. We did not have an Article 5.
You need a passage of the 28th will require a convention to propose amendments to the Constitution.
Right. It's not correct. We did it when we lowered the voting age in Vietnam. We didn't have a constitutional
convention. The only time.
She's not correct. I had to correct.
Yes, I am correct. That's what you need.
You don't need a constitutional convention.
So how do you want to pass it?
You do it with the vote of the Congress. Like, ask Marshall.
You can't.
Is vote of the Congress.
If that was true, they would have done.
You don't know the Constitution. So constitutional amendments can occur with the Constitutional Convention, and they can also occur passage by both houses by 2/3, and then ratification by 3/5 of the legislature.
That's right, but this needs a convention. This one happens to need one because there's a lot of pushback on it.
Don't need a convention. Passed an amendment. You don't. Correct. I have to correct.
You know, California has tough gun laws. It's one of the worst in guns and gun farms. Did you know that? How do you explain that?
How do you explain that you don't have mass murders in California versus Georgia?
Yes. So,
how about that?
You have gun crimes just one of the highest laws.
How many mass murders in California have you had in the last 20 years?
I just understand what is the basis behind your fascistic
All
gun
mass
laws?
murders with FBI stats count as 4 per shooting. There have definitely been shootings in California that have had more than 4 people wounded or killed.
How many compared to Texas, if you want to add the number of 50?
If you want to talk about mass shootings in Texas, then you're talking about Santa Fe and Uvalde. That's it. That's 2.
You had one in Temple, my friend. Always remember.
And in Temple, it's fucking 3. 3 is not a million. By no stretch of the imagination.
That too.
And in fact, in Santa Fe, it was a dude with an AR who took down the other dude with the AR.
All right, let me jump in. Let me jump in here real quick.
Marshall is correct. He's misguided. I have to.
Okay. Oh, Raj. I need you to just be chill for a minute. Everybody, hold on. Thank you. So, Cherry, and Cherry only, nobody interrupted, please. If it's found out that this young man used his father's gun or his mother's gun, their bullets, whatever, could they be held liable, Cherry?
I'm trying to unmute. Honestly, no. I don't. They're horrible parents. They're terrible. They did a terrible job of raising him. But again, you open a very dangerous precedent, and we go down a very slippery slope. So I don't think so. It goes against all of our rules of evidence and adjudication for crimes. He will be tried as a minor, or if the prosecutor wants to raise it, that he is tried as an adult. Yes, but I honestly do believe that behind these gun crimes is a very serious mental health crisis, and I think that needs to be addressed first before we start grabbing all the guns, because that's only going to make you go underground, in my opinion. Guns will still be had today. Most guns are had by people that are not the good guys, but the bad guys. I don't think that's going to help it. I'm sorry. I know that's unpopular on this stage, but I don't think.
Brent, hold on 1 second, please. So Ms. Cherry, I believe, and you can fact check me on this, it might have been Michigan, where a young man took his parents' guns, and it was a mass shooting, and his parents they were found guilty, either they're going to jail or something along those lines, Cherry.
Yes, I do know that case. I saw that, and that's why I have this opinion. Because I did read that night, and I even watched the mother's testimony, and it was very heartbreaking, and it's a terrible thing. But in all honesty, I think that kids have to understand that if they do this, I think what you can do is make it the law that if you're above 14 or 15, you will be tried as an adult, and raise the punishment for this kind of crime, and make it more, make the penalty higher. To go after the parents, I don't know, Jay, where do you think that stops? What if they don't have parents? What if they're living with their grandparents? Are you going to try their grandparents? Are you going to, what if they're living with some family, and they're obviously they're going to have familial problems. Kids like this aren't growing up in, happy.
Well, Cherry, Cherry, my opinion is, if the parents are directly involved somehow and they can prove it, they should be prosecuted. If not, their kid their kid has a mental illness and he takes his dad's rifle and goes into school and does a mass shooting, I wouldn't hold the parents responsible for that.
Hey, Jay.
I'm with Jay. If you violate negligence laws as the caretaker of the minor, you should absolutely be charged, because you as the parent have the obligation to make sure circumstances under which negligence can take place are not there, i.e. not leaving a firearm around the home, putting it in a safe where your kid doesn't have the combination, which in several of these shootings, these kids have been able to go into gun cabinets, not safes, gun cabinets, and pull the guns out. I think a couple of cases, the kid had the code to the actual safe. But if you put them behind a safe and you tell your kid the combination and the kid goes and gets the gun, yeah, that's negligence. You ought to be liable for that kind of legal negligence. Everybody else is.
Well,
okay, let me get behind you.
I got you, Kima. Cherry, did you land this,
Yeah.
Cherry?
Okay, so that's one case. I'm sorry, I forgot your name. Sorry. Oh, Marshall. I understand what you're saying, Marshall. But let's say, for example, your kid goes to a Black Lives Matter riot, involves himself in retail theft and looting and so forth. And are you then is that also fall under negligence? Can the state go after the parent for that too?
Negligence is negligence, and using a Black Lives Matter riot as an example for something that doesn't have to do with a Black Lives Matter riot, not a great example. It's negligence. Legal negligence is defined in every single state in America. Negligence is prosecuted in every single state in America.
That's not what I asked, Marshall. Negligence for what?
Respectfully, Cherry, I'm not going to take the argument for a Black Lives Matter rally because I see it as a red herring.
It doesn't matter. It's negligence.
No, it is a red herring, Cherry. It is the effort to try to move the goalpost to something we are not talking about.
No, what we're talking about is negligence. It's the culpability of the parent.
Cherry, Cherry, hold on, everyone, hold on. Cherry, you ask a question, let the answer. Please don't interrupt. You're dead, Marshall.
He said I'm moving.
Negligence is negligence. If you are negligent in that case, you can get in legal trouble in the same way that if you are negligent in this case, you should get into legal trouble. I will tell you a story. I have a dog. She likes to escape. I knew she liked to escape. I didn't afford it. She got a hold of a little dog, almost killed the fucking thing. I had a cop come tell me, you let that dog out again and it goes and gets something, we're both going to give you a $1,500 ticket for being willfully negligent because you knew your dog could get out and you didn't do anything. And then we're going to put your dog down. Willful negligence and negligence are prosecutable in every single state in America. There is not an argument in which a parent practices willful negligence with a firearm and should get away with it. And Cherry, using a Black Lives Matter protest as an example to try and show that in one political circumstance we prosecute negligence, while in the other political circumstance we come up with excuses for willful negligence, is not the argument we're having. The argument we're having is whether negligence should be prosecuted in the first place. And yes, because it is prosecuted in every state in the nation, it should continue to be prosecuted.
No,
in particular, when parents are willfully negligent when they do things.
That's not.
Well, hold on 1 second, guys. Cherry, just give me a second. I'll let you push back. But after Cherry, I'm going to go to Hatima, then Dr. Responsible, and David. Cherry, go ahead.
What you're saying is that it's intentional negligence. You would have to prove that. It's unintentional, first of all. No parent is going to come over there and say, yeah, I intentionally put a gun in my child's hand. Negligence falls under different tests when it comes to personal injury. That's when That's when the claims of personal injury uses the term negligence. When we say negligence is prosecuted, it's a broad brush that you're using. I understand you're angry, believe me, but it doesn't matter whether it's a Black Lives Matter or whether it's any kind of riot, whether it's Hamas. Let's use that one. It doesn't matter if it's an underage minor and he's partaking in any act of criminality in any way. The negligence standard would apply, whether it's wrongful death or it's attempted murder or if it's looting and retail theft. It doesn't matter. It's all negligence, and the culpability would then be the parent, and this would cause a quagmire for the legal system because we'd go after parents when their minor children commit offenses. That's it.
Thank you, Cherry. Thank you,
do that already in negligent car homicides. In particular, negligent car homicides using alcohol. Come on, Cherry. I was not making a claim in which negligence was a specifically narrow defined standard. As I said, negligence is prosecuted in all 50 states, which means it has, as you said, a wide meaning. Which means if you do something that is intentionally negligent, you can be in trouble for it. It's like having a little kid and having a pool and not putting up a gate around the pool. If you have somebody else's kid over and their kid falls into your pool and drowns, you can get in trouble for negligence. You can be charged with some sort of negligence in that matter. If you leave a handgun around and you know you have a little kid, and we all know little kids like to poke into things, and the kid gets a handgun, that could be prosecuted as some kind of negligence on top of whatever the hell else you get prosecuted with by leaving your handgun out. Right?
Marshall, let me jump in. Thank you. Thank you, Cherry. Thank you, Marshall. Pearl, to answer your question, I don't think this case yet. We know whether the parents will be charged. But I brought up a case, I believe it was in Michigan, where the parents were charged and they were found guilty. But I'm going to go to Akima, then Dr. respond from David. Akima?
I just want to say, like, the solution, of course, if a parent is negligent, especially complicit, they should be charged. But that's not going to stop the shootings. I mean, like to get to what will stop the shooting, I think we need to stop making schools a fucking soft target. Like implement a plan where former military works in the school. You put 2 military people in the school to secure the school. Like, don't have them to intervene with the children regular activities, but they need guns in the school. If you had that in the school, that would stop people from wanting to come shoot fucking schools up. Like, we need to stop school shootings, not arrest people after the fact. We need the kids not to be dead, and then worry about how many people we're going to charge for the crime. Like, fuck what we charge. We need the kids not to be dead.
Well, Akima, what you just said, I said earlier, and I'm going to get some pushback on this. But the homeless, jobless percentage of veterans in America is embarrassing. It's disgusting. Get some vets, once they're cleared and trained, put them in schools, and I think that will deter, it won't stop the mass shootings. So I agree with you.
100%. Stop the soft targets, man. Even centers for like businesses, like movie theaters, wherever nightclubs where they have had shootings at, have incentivize them to hire former military to be their security. Where you have someone that's trained for this, they're not interacting as an employee at the job, but they're strictly for shooters. I mean, like, spend some money. Like, create jobs. That's a great time to fucking create jobs in America. And a great time to help the veterans. I'm saying, let them patrol any business, especially schools that need security. Then they have these fucking idiots who want to go shoot up and shit. Find somewhere else to fucking shoot up. It won't be the fucking school.
Thank you, Akima. So I'm going to go to Ricky Responsible. Him and I are in the same state. Ricky, guns are out of control. And New York likes to say, portray itself as this great state where gun restrictions are abided by. You and I both know that's bullshit, bro. I could take you to many neighborhoods in New York where we get a gun right off the street. So, what do you think, Ricky? Should there be stricter gun laws? Dr. Responsible? Okay, I don't think he wants to talk right now. David, how you doing, David? David?
Good, thank you. I'm not sure we enforce the laws we have right now. Is that, everyone agree? You've got smarter minds than me regarding guns. I like what Hakima said, but it seems like we have to enforce the laws. Am I wrong? And the only loopholes I see are at like where you sell guns at gun shows. It seems like there's still loopholes there.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, David. I want to welcome Madison to the stage. What an honor. 2 nights in a row. What's up, Madison?
Thank you, Jay. Thank you.
So Madison, listen, I love the fact he loves cake, but I believe you're out in California, correct?
I am.
I'm not trying to dox you. I'm not saying what city. And somebody said earlier that California has extremely restrictive gun laws. Is this true?
You know what? I'm not exactly sure because it's not really crime in our area. So I don't know. I am from Detroit though. And I can tell you this, I went to Detroit public high schools after I went to Catholic school. And there has not been, Detroit, of all places, Detroit was where guns were left on trains, okay? And for people to just go and get them. The same thing happened in Chicago. But there have not been any shootings in the Detroit public school system. They've been nearby, but nothing like this. And I just think there's a false sense of security, particularly in suburbs. And as I've said before, if you don't think it's coming to your neighborhood, oh, it is. And that we're all connected in that way. But the difference is back in the day, and I'm talking about a long time ago, we had 2 police officers and we had metal detectors. And that was standard. And the doors locked around the school. And you could get in one entrance and get out the other entrance. There were emergency exits, but the doors locked from outside automatically. And if you went out those doors, alarms went off everywhere. And it has worked, and so I don't even, it's like this whole thing that everybody's trying to figure it out, busting their brains. And I'm like, look at the public school systems in metropolitan areas where it's not happening in that way because they put up these safeguards even in the 80s. And so there has not been mass shootings for Detroit public high schools. I can only speak, or all schools, I can only speak for Detroit though. But there were common sense efforts of prevention, and it just didn't happen. Now, did they find guns on people? Yes, that has happened before. But no mass shootings there.
Thank you, Madison. I want to welcome Joey to the stage. Joey Bitcoiners.
Hey, how's it going, everyone? Hey, Jay.
It's going well. How you doing?
Doing good. I think there should be stricter gun laws. We need to take all the guns away from the criminals that are going to commit these crimes in advance. Hopefully we can do that, which we can. So now we're...
Well, wait. And I'm not disagreeing they should be stricter gun laws, but until this kid walked into that school today and started shooting up his classmates, he wasn't a criminal. I don't know if his parents were criminals. So I think we need director control, but not just from the criminals. You never think it's going to be criminals.
No, that's what I'm saying. No matter how strict your gun laws can become, I guess you outlaw them completely and take everyone's guns, then the criminals will always get guns no matter what laws you have. And so laws end up just preventing honest people that want gun rights from getting their guns. So that's kind of, there's no way to really...
Unless if you ban bullets, then you solve the problem.
Yeah, but they still don't get the bullets too.
No, they're not. They'll eventually run out. And it's over.
No, they don't get the bullets. People make bullets. No, they got shell cases.
Yeah.
People make shell cases. Like the banning bullets not gonna be solution to them.
Wait, what's the law? Greg, I got you. Give me a second, because I'm going to go to somebody that really is a big proponent of the stricter gun laws. That's Jason. Jason, how come there's no mass shootings in England?
Yeah, there's no mass shootings in England. That's a great question. And there were no mass shootings for 100 years before they had a mass shooting. And then they banned guns immediately afterward, They banned many guns. But, I mean, they've always had a very low rate of crime in England, a very low rate of murder compared to the United States. So I think we have to take that into account.
Like England's totally different from the United States.
Yeah.
England is more of a police state than the United States is.
Right, that's what happens. They take your freedom of speech, then take your guns, then they subjugate you. And it was supposed to be a government of the people, by the people, for the people, and it became just a government that's dominating the people.
Well, look, I mean, I think it's a good question, Jay. And I guess all I would say is we don't know. I mean, the United States didn't have mass shootings before the 80s. Did we have fewer guns then? No, actually, we had somewhat more. More people owned guns than the president did.
So Jason, let me ask you that. Hold on, everybody can get in, I promise. But Jason, let me ask you this. You say since the 80s, right? What do you think? Mental illness has gotten a lot worse since the 80s? Is that the reason for all these mass shootings? Trying to shoot Donald Trump? What is the reason?
So I think one theory here is that social alienation is a big part of it. There actually is some evidence. I mean, most mass shooters kill themselves. Like, this is very common in a mass shooting, that one of the people who dies is the shooter. And so it really is very similar to suicide, probably in motivation. And the suicide rate in the U.S. has gone up. Actually, like a year or two ago, we surpassed Japan's suicide rate. So I think maybe you're seeing social alienation, mental illness, but not like mental illness in like the capital MI, like diagnosable schizophrenia sense, but like low level mental illness or like garden variety probably is a big factor here. The other thing is maybe music just got a lot worse since the 1980s. And that, I mean,
I'd like to correct.
Okay, hold on one second. I'll let you go in a second, Roger. Hold on. And Jason, I think the biggest leap in suicide in America is young African American boys, the black community. But I can be fact checked on that.
Really?
Go ahead, Raj.
I'd like to correct the statement, and also Marshall forgot to mention this too, that we had mass shootings going back to Austin, Texas in 1966, University of Texas Tower, killed 14, wounded 31. We've gone back to the 60s for mass murders, not the 80s. I'd like to correct that statement.
How frequent wasn't in the city?
Yeah,
Not
it's like there was.
Not as frequent now, but it started.
Well, there was
There's
one
a gentleman
decade.
with a bolt action hunting rifle.
Yeah, and but in terms of like I think most thinkers really date like the modern era of mass shootings in the U.S. to the 80s. That's when you start to see like more than one a decade.
Right. Yeah, we talking like, established police force in the country is more established. Like going all the way back to the Wild West, things like that. I mean, you have to look at how frequent it was. How frequent was it in the 60s compared to after the 80s? That's what Jason was.
I can't remember any in the 80s off the top of my head. I'm sure there were some, but it started in the 60s.
He said after.
Well, Raj, I'll say this. I know there was a mass shooting. Hold on a second. There was a mass shooting in McDonald's, I think in San Diego, in the 80s. Jerry, you want to tune in?
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to tell Roger that it is actually California Governor Gavin Newsom that did introduce the 28th Amendment. And oh, by the way, it hasn't been adopted by one other state. So it's not doing well. So obviously there's a problem with it.
Congress, out of curiosity, did he present it to Congress?
That's what it means. So
Not what I did he
when
present?
you propose an amendment that would enshrine gun laws, including the universal background check, raising the minimum age, and all of the things that I discussed about 28th Amendment, it needs to go and be adopted by other governors in order to go to Congress.
No.
And it hasn't.
No, it goes to Congress first, then it goes to the states. I got to say that.
2/3 members of the Congress, so that's 33 states to support the effort, and then call for holding a constitutional convention. So
The
28th Amendment was never brought on a federal level. That's just somebody espousing an opinion.
It's not, and I'm researching it. That's what I'm telling you. I'm not just saying this.
What congressman introduced the bill in Congress for the 28th Amendment? Who was it?
It's Newsom's bill. He's the one who proposed the 28th Amendment.
What federal government role does Newsom have? What was it? Was he a senator? Is he a congressman? Who was he?
He's a governor.
Oh, he's a governor. So governors can propose amendments?
It's an uphill, no, it is an uphill battle, but this amendment, if it had traction, it would have had support in all this time.
Why can't I make the 28th Amendment proposal then? How come?
The 28th Amendment, Roger, isn't going to work. If it did, it would have already been on the floor and voted on.
That's right. I'm making a proposal right now. Ban bullets. 28th Amendment.
Okay, well, then that's fine.
Time.
Everybody mute up. I'm gonna go to, hold on, Rachel. Let me go to Shamin. Did I say your name right? Shamin?
Yeah, hello. The eye is like 2 weeks, but no, you're fine. Here's the thing. Mitchell's known me for a while. He's a great friend of mine. I enjoy talking to everybody here. I like these healthy debates rooms. Sometimes they get out of hand, but here's the thing. I live in Oklahoma. It's one of the most, red, hairy, whatever, hairy states all that. Here's the thing. I'm about to actually start policing here in a few months. I've been doing security for, coming on 10 years. Mitchell probably already knows all this. I've said it ad nauseum. But here's the thing.
Who's Mitchell?
The gentleman, or Marshall, Mitchell, my bad. I had a long day today. Forgive me. I was in the sun a lot of the day. Here's the thing, Marshall. Here's the thing. The thing about guns, I don't want to go on a tirade, but it's a very, obviously, it's a divisive topic. It's a very hot topic. We know this. It's the same with human rights. It's the same with civil rights. It's the same with, abortion, things like this, marriage, what have you. My thing is sometimes when it comes to these amendments, and mind you, I graduated. I'm not saying I know more than everybody, but I graduated from the University of Oklahoma Sooners 2012 with a degree in history. From what I've, I guess if you want to call it, summarized or surmised or gathered, what have you, fancy college word, from all my years of studying history and reading books and what have you. There's a quote attributed to Thomas Jefferson, that some people say, well, he never really said it. It's like those quotes by Albert Einstein that some people say, okay, there's no evidence he said it. My thing is whether or not Jefferson actually said this. If he had said it, it would have actually made a lot of sense. The story goes, they asked Thomas Jefferson which one of the first 10 amendments to the Constitution, as we know, the Bill of Rights, collectively, which one is the most important? He's quoted as saying, and again, it's attributed to him, the Second Amendment. And he said, why? Why not the First Amendment? He said, well, it's very easy because as soon as you take away as soon as you take away the Second Amendment, which we all know is the right to bear arms, then all the other ones come toppling with it, like dominoes. And here's the thing, I'll tell you quickly my background. I'm from Iran. I was born in Tehran.
Hold on a second. Listen.
Yes.
Just because somebody proposes strict gun laws doesn't mean they're taking away your gun.
No.
That's what hold on. That's an argument I don't understand people make. They're taking away my guns, but they want to put restrictions. Well, yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. When you pass background checks, hey, guess what? Have fun with the guns. But automatically,
you'd have to prove that the new updates to you have to show that the laws passed with mass shootings you're worried about.
I digress. Here's the thing: as long as society exists, there always has to be some sort of protection. I would even take guns even one step further. I would say a woman, if I have kids one day, my 18, 19-year-old daughter who's walking down a dark alley, why she would walk down a dark alley at 2 a.m., I don't know. But let's say, we always use this example and some people laugh and whatever, but this is the world we live in. Let's be realistic. A girl that's walking down the street in the dark, whatever, New York City, Bronx, Brooklyn, whatever. I've been to New York City. There's a lot of rough parts. Okay, I live in Oklahoma City. There's rough parts of Oklahoma City. I wouldn't send my daughter, even in broad daylight, on Northwest 10th and Robinson, for example. Very famous place for prostitution, what have you.
Manipulates people's minds, which they don't really understand now because it's been a long time. Like, they just wanted to control people's mind by that religion, by that totally, like, the concept of having someone more powerful to scare you off. For example, let me tell you this. If I have a kid and you have a kid as well, so we both are having a kid. If I tell my kid to be good because he wants to be good, because like that, and you have a kid, you scare him off by saying, if you do that, you will go to hell. So your kid will be traumatized. Probably he will agree with you.
100%.
Yes. So this is where the manipulation starts. We want these people to be good, but only by what? By punishing them, by telling them, oh, if you do that, you will go to hell. God will punish you forever and eternity. So,
Yes, you're a history expert. No, Rego, I need you to mute up. Thank you. This is between me and the Iranian cowboy. Don't never walk. When was it? You've been talking, bro. Hold on, let me run my room and you hit the mic. I promise. I got you. Okay, I got you, Rego Joe. So, cowboy, tell me the last mass shooting in England. Yeah, you can't. They restrict their guns there. Why can't we do it here? I want to do regular, then Dr. responsible. Regular, go ahead. You want me to respond now? Listen, I don't play that pussy passive-aggressive bullshit. Get him, Ricky.
So, Jay, I thought you knew better than this. The fact that they want to restrict the guns leads eventually to more and more restrictions. And in England, they have mass knife attacks, mass car attacks. People get killed rolling over other people. They still have the same situation, but it's not on the scale.
So Ricky, time out. Let's have this conversation. A few years ago, there was some lunatic that went into a hotel in Las Vegas and started murdering people at a music concert. I don't remember off the top of my head people, but I know there's quite a few. A lot of people. Remember that? In Vegas, that was insane. So, how could you compare somebody running in the street and stabbing 3 or 4 people, which is tragic in itself, to somebody that goes to a fucking hotel with an AR-15 or whatever gun he used and slaughters people? Ricky, explain that.
This is why I want to completely ban all firearms, and because I would ban all firearms to fix situations like this. The one in Nevada was unbelievable. I think somebody just said 151 people were shot and murdered. Like, that's unacceptable. And even those mass shootings that are 20, 25, even 15, it's unacceptable. And that's why if I was running for office, I would ban firearms altogether. I would definitely not do some firearm restrictions, like assault rifle restrictions. I wouldn't do that.
Ricky, if you ran for office and your party is, and I love you like a fabulous cake, but if part of your slogan is I'm banning guns, you're gonna witness like more places.
Well, I want to ban guns to get the voters who care about mass shootings and other shootings. And the reason is I have to ban the guns. I can't just make a law that says if you got to wait longer to get ammunition, or you got to register your ammunition, or ban. I can't do that because that's not going to work. It's never going to work. So the only way to really fix this is to ban firearms altogether. And I'm dead serious. If we really want to fix this issue, we got to ban firearms and then go and start obtaining them from the citizens, getting them off the streets, because there's just too many here. England was a different story, right? They didn't have the type of gun ownership that we have.
Hey, Dr. Spock, you trolling right now.
I'm not trolling. I'm saying the most logical thing in the world.
I'm not going to say with the issue a point. I'm
not a conservative. I'm not a conservative. I'm not a conservative. Yeah, I'm not a conservative.
But
question. I just don't want to do real quick. I'm just going to end it here. I just don't want to do half measures for the sake of emotional support, like banning AR-15s. I've looked backwards and forwards through proposed bills and proposed strategies. None of them are going to work. So why would I want to do that and then it's not going to work? If you really want to fix this problem, you really have to ban guns, and I'm totally serious. I don't want to do it, but a lot of people and all of us are really upset with how ban guns. The only way to actually fix that is to ban guns and then confiscate the guns, as many as we can, and that will probably help like 90% less.
I hope you get deported from the United States.
Jay, I have a question for you, sir.
Oh, hold on. Roger, ask your question, and I'm going to go to Madison. Go ahead.
My question for you, Jay, is if you took a survey of every mother and father in that high school shooting today, every mother and father who had children that attended that school, including the ones that got shot, including the ones that got killed, what percentage would you say of those parents would vote in favor of no gun restrictions?
Well, considering that's good, and I'm going to be honest with you, Roger, considering where it's located, I think the kids that survived, 90% of the people would do no, they want no gun restriction. I totally agree with you. Totally. So, thank you for the question. Madison?
Well, I mean, in that case, it sounds like people might care more about their guns than they do their kids. We're actually writing a script. It's called The Reckoning. And it's about school shooting.
Wait, Madison, you think I'm wrong with my percentage? I'm sorry, I'm not sure. You think I'm wrong?
With your percentage? No, not at all. I said that means they must care more about their guns than they do their kids. So we're writing the script. Well, we wrote the script. It's done, as a matter of fact, because we didn't know what to do with our emotions. We felt so helpless after Uvalde. So we did a script, and it is not what you would expect. It's actually an action-adventure movie because some...
Hi, this is Christina Joe Matter. Best way to get hold of me would be via text. Hope you have a really good day.
Oh, you're at least 100 times smarter than me, so you...
Is to be a national or a national cause. It doesn't take a genius to do that. You just say a little more.
Amen. All right, man. I gotta take your kids.
You're the first Israeli. I'll be talking to some Israelis on the app and some Canadians. They all like Trump. You're the first Israeli that you was born in Israel or you was born in Canada?
Yeah, I wasn't born in Canada, but I served in Israel and I lived there. So I'll consider myself an expert on that, right? I mean, and 150 of my family members live in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. That's I don't need any more bona fides than that, brother.
All right, this is my last question for you. So look, prior to October 7th, right? I seen something with Netanyahu with the Supreme Court and shit. He was trying to switch it. Now I see that Israel was hella divided, right? It was like with this, like kind of like America, right versus left, Likud versus the liberals in Tel Aviv, and y'all was kind of divided internally. Do you see like how that kind of switched once the October 7th happened? But and do you think if it wasn't for y'all being so divided, it could have stopped
So
a lot of shit that happened prior?
Nothing to do with that. So basically, Benjamin Netanyahu, and I'll say it right now, he's a crook. He's been corrupt. He's a pay-for-play kind of guy. If you want my attention, throw my wife some money, take her shopping, do this, do that. That's what he's been doing for 30 years. So he was about to get booked. He handpicked the Attorney General, and after 10 years, even he had to book him, right? They indicted him. Listen, dude, you're a crook. So
decided that the courts couldn't prosecute him because he's the prime minister, so he tried passing a lot of change in the power of the Supreme Court. So that's pretty shitty, and the Israelis aren't dumb. So like, F this, you're not going to change our laws to get out of jail, dude. So that went on for about a year and a half before 7th of October. The bottom line is this: Hamas can still be evil and shitty, and can still be a crook. Now, I think he should be in jail, but certainly not because of war crimes. There's no war crimes. There's no genocide. That's all bullshit. But he is a crook, and he should be in jail because he abused his position to make money. That, to me, is super important. I believe in the rule of law.
But he hasn't been charged and he hasn't been convicted. So that's
He has been.
Not with what you said. Not with what you said.
He is.
Sir. Don't give me this number.
Are you on drugs? Yeah, I don't care what you are.
I don't care what you are. I don't care what you are.
He's been charged and indicted.
With what? Not with what you said.
Corruption. What are you talking about?
Not with what you said.
First of all, sir. First of all, if you respect yourself, stop speaking with you while you're chewing food. It's disgusting. Put you.
I fucking love Norm. This guy is so funny. It's like an uncle.
Mr. Phony, go to therapy.
Eat your food first, son. Eat your food.
That's what it is. I told you all to get along. No, I get a lot of bad back. You would have got a lot of bad back channels about you being a phony and not a say.
I don't really care. I'd love to hear it. I don't care.
But you still don't give me an understanding as to why I'm getting.
I'd like you to have respect for yourself and eat your food before you talk.
No, you're like Mr. Phony. You get therapy for it. Don't impose it on other people.
Cool story.
Yeah.
Hey, when did you serve in the military?
I volunteered. I did Mr. Hell in
Mr. Dibs RL?
Yeah.
Mr. Dibs.
Yes, they're gonna do it here.
No, don't do this here. Meet not Div. Meet not Div. Do you even speak Hebrew?
Be quiet.
You just
No.
Meet on you.
You know what? You are a phony. You just proved it. You're a phony.
I'm a big phony.
This guy is a fake. I'm calling you out. I'm exposing you, Mr. Fake.
Expose me. I'm actually trying to make him. You figured it out. Good for you.
No, I didn't say that. I said you're a phony.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
I'm exposing you as a phony.
Yeah.
Ehud Barak's bodyguard texted me back channel and said, this guy, want me to read it to you?
Ehud Barak's bodyguard? Yeah, read it.
Yeah, shall I read it to you? Yeah, let's read it out loud. He's involved in some really troubling stuff. He's extremely manipulative and disingenuous. Listen to this. Yehuda is an utter fraud. He has no fear. He's a terribly fraudulent character. What do you think, Yehuda?
I got a message.
What do you think, Yehuda? What do you think?
Hold on.
No. Did you just say he has no sleep? That's what I heard. This is the text message that I got.
Interesting.
That's the text message that I got. So where did you get this pizza, Mr. Rabbi? Where'd you get
Mayor
this pizza?
Israel from Rosh Yeshiva Ginsburg, 1996. Rosh Yeshiva Ginsburg. Where'd you get yours?
Which yeshiva? I don't have pizza.
Mayor Israel.
What's that?
Yeah.
Say again?
Are you deaf?
You got a hearing problem? You got a speaking problem? What's the name of the yeshiva?
Israel.
Okay.
Mayor Israel.
Have you been in the restaurant business? Hello?
Hello? Mayor Israel.
You been in the restaurant business?
Yeah.
Okie dokie. You're the one. Gotcha.
It's me.
Gotcha.
Yo, respectfully, can we stop this Jew on Jew violence? Like, we just want to mad all the time.
That's okay. Now that we've exposed it, we can move on. Now that we've exposed the bullshitter, we can move on.
Expose what?
The bullshitter. You.
People lie.
You're not a Jew. You're not allowed on stage. Let me clear the stage. This is a Jew barbecue, all right? Bring your kosher pickles and put your popcorn emojis in the chat, all right? Yeehaw.
And if I said that about a black person, I'd be canceled. Thank you.
Kosher pickles is cancelable?
What? If I said this is a black barbecue.
What's wrong with that?
I don't know. So that if I said that.
Hey, Randy, you know Israelis love to barbecue. Stop it. Come on.
You know it.
I like the
He loves the barbecue. Love those.
I don't want anybody to think that I'm only difficult with one kind of a person or another.
Norm does not discriminate. Norm does not discriminate.
I do not discriminate.
Hey, Norm, did you get the email about the June meeting, by the way, the secret meeting?
Yes. Yes, I'm down.
You got RSVP.
Okay, I'll do that. I will do that.
There's going to be food. Thanks, brother.
In that case, I'm going to bring a doggy bag.
Yeah. All right, man.
All right.
Lou, what's the topic of conversation? This is like the once a month time I come on this damn app. What are we discussing today?
Marvin's my other Jewish friend. She's from New York. She's Ukrainian Jew.
Thank you.
We were discussing really who would be the best presidential candidate for Israel. That's what we were discussing.
For Israel?
Yeah.
That's a tough cookie, guys. I'll be real honest with you.
Yeah,
definitely not Netanyahu, but Trump?
What's wrong with that? But respectfully, Yehuda.
Another Jew coming up.
Respectfully, Yehuda.
This room is for only Jews, all right?
I have to put a kid to bed.
On stage. If you're not Jewish, you can't come up. Sorry.
That's
So what's up, you?
not nice.
Put Norm down. Wait, Norm.
Norm said that
bro.
because he said that Lubavitchers aren't Orthodox. He has no idea what he's
So I said I wouldn't call Lubavitch Orthodox. It's a different kind of Jew.
Because you're dumb.
No, I don't think.
Because I Calvin with Lubavitch. That's why.
If any Lubavitcher rabbi heard you say, "I don't think you're Orthodox," they'd throw you out just like you should be.
Well, that's not what I said. That's what you said. This is what tells me that you're a schmuck. This is what tells me that you're a schmuck. What's that?
L-normal.
The what? What are you again? You're smarter than me?
L-abnormal.
Lou, I don't think that you should leave it as a only. I feel like everybody should be in on this conversation, not just Jews alone.
Jewish squabble. Listen, we're trying to argue with each other. We want to hear y'all. We're trying to argue with each other.
Yehuda, stop saying you're going. This is not LaGuardia Airport. You don't have to announce your departure. Just leave. There's a little button.
All right, abnormal.
Just hit it. Just hit the button and go bye-bye.
Yeshua, I'd like to speak. I would like to talk to Yeshua. He actually is a Jewish guy who has a brain, not like you, Norm.
Little jealous, right, buddy? A little jealous, maybe? That I exposed you? Should I read more of the text messages?
You didn't expose anything. I went to there, so you don't even know what you're talking about.
So we read some more?
I have no idea what you're talking about. I literally told you what yeshiva I went to.
It's a yes or a no question.
Hey, goodness gracious.
You want to hear some more?
Yeah, keep going.
Okay. What's your relationship to
The
the
guy
diamond
wants to
business?
quote-unquote dox me. I don't give a
I'm not asking you. I'm asking you if you want to talk about it. You don't have to talk about it. I'm asking you.
Oh, great.
None. What's your
Tell me a little bit about the diamond business. What's your relationship to the diamond?
Listen, dude.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah.
Do you know what I do for a day job? What's my day job? What's my day job? What's my day
You're
job?
telling me. I asked you if you have a relationship to the diamond business.
What's my day job? No, you tell me.
Why are you asking me?
What do I do? What do I do every day?
Oh, great.
Why are you
Wait a minute. Why is it a concern?
I'm asking you, what's my day
It's not
job?
your,
Why are you asking me?
mother or your parents.
Well, you're the one who thinks you're doxing me.
Why are you asking me?
Why are you?
I'm asking you a couple questions.
Well, I have no idea. Norm's the one here who's babbling.
Right, but you know what?
Do
you respond to what you want every time
why are you so
you
insistent in my life? It's so weird.
What's that? What am I insistent on your life? Yeah.
You're
the worst thing you could possibly do is ignore it.
Don't fill up the content.
Let it go.
That's true. I shouldn't.
Let it go,
Can someone throw a Norm my bone?
Let it go.
Hey, Norm, honestly, he's an old, miserable, miserable person with nothing better to do.
I just like exposing phonies. I don't know. It's one of my things.
No, you need a tranquilizer or a
No, I don't need a tranquilizer.
Prozac, bro.
So, Yehuda, you need a girl to save you? It's okay. I will let her save you.
You see? First of all, a grown-ass woman. That's number one. Normal has only been
You need
from
a grown-ass
about
woman
2
to
minutes.
save you, Yehuda? By her own
He's
description?
only been from 2 minutes, and he wants to sit here and judge everybody else.
I'm
Think
not
about it.
judging anybody.
I'm judging.
You really are.
The reason why,
and it's
listen,
disgusting.
not judging anybody. I'm just exposing a fraud.
You are in fraud. Think about it. 6 Jews. 6 Jews were found dead in a tunnel, and all you can think about in this moment is tearing down your fellow Jewish brother.
I was with your friend Rabbi Heck tonight, Ezzy.
You're disgusting.
He has fond memories of you, sweetie.
You, first of all, I'm not your sweetie. And I really truly need you. I really and truly need you to go get that prostate exam.
Yeah, you want to do my prostate again?
Far up your ass.
I can't pay you. I can't pay you this time, Ezzy. For the
I don't
prostate
know
exam.
you from Adam. All I know
No, you don't.
is that if
But I
you
know
ever
you.
had a picture of yourself,
But I know
probably be a bald-headed, miserable, unmarried individual with nothing better to do than to scream and yell at other people. Please get a life.
So you want to talk about how you got fired from being a corrections officer?
First of all, you're a lying piece of crap.
Wait, is that
Never
true?
happened.
Wait, the New York Times got it wrong?
Let me say it in
The New York Times got it wrong? I want to correct them.
Understand.
Let's do a
לא הייתה ולא נברא. לך לעזאזל.
If it didn't happen,
לך לעזאזל.
were you fired as a corrections officer?
Want to do your translation?
Were you fired as a corrections officer?
Go to hell. Think about it. Think about it. Tasseli Toba. Honestly, please go take a lesson. Please go pick the pork chips out.
Nice try.
Because you're just mad at those of us who are
the article in the room?
are doing something more.
Should we post the article in the room?
Jewish and living
Should we talk about why you were
more concerned.
Should we talk about why you were
About
fired?
the Chilul Hashem that you're making than a little
Go back to why you were fired from being
That's the point. At the end of the day, you have no life, Norm.
Okay.
Honestly, like Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, I will be praying for you.
should we post the article?
A wife? Do you even have children?
Yeah,
You
I
have
have
kids?
wife and children.
You do? Then please find a way to make their lives more
So
meaningful.
should we post the article about how you got fired as a corrections officer?
You know what? Let's put it this way. I'm going to say it again.
Yeah.
If you are in touch with Rabbi or anybody else,
Yeah, I just left him 1 minute ago. What's that?
Ask him to throw you in a mix.
I left him a
You might
minute ago.
disappear.
I'm going to give him your I'm going to
But
give
at the
him
end
your
of the day,
your
you
regard.
need a life.
What's his
You need a life.
I'm going to Rabbi Heck. I'm going to give him your
Like
regard.
I said, ask him to escort you to a mikvah. You know what
Why would I
happens
do
when you
that?
go to the mikvah? You feel clean.
Why would I do that?
It gives you an opportunity to do
You're a
tshuva.
little ashamed.
Actually, you need
You're a little
tshuva.
ashamed?
You need tshuva. Actually, I think you're just mad. I think you're just mad that you got a Vienna sausage, that your bris, your circumcision, took way too much off.
No, I
And
don't
now
think
you're
the
looking around at the world
circumcision
mad as hell. Mad as hell.
I'm
You
delighted.
have nothing to live for.
I'm
Do you
delighted.
satisfy your wife, Normo?
Okay. So
Do you?
So it's true, isn't it?
So I think you got about a 2-inch brick in your mad as well. Honestly, I really and truly think you need help.
Why did you try to talk over us?
Why don't you stop?
So how many hearings did you have,
At the end of the day, what I think is so important is that
Is it because they were anti-Semitic?
part of the behavior that I want to see around. And you know what? You know what?
You agree.
You know what? Armenians,
I'm
we're
always
being
open to
really
the question that for
It is
person.
I
want to speak for a second.
Norm.
How normal?
You have
Hey Norm. What Chabad should he go to? What Chabad should he go to? What Chabad should he go to? Because I go there tomorrow morning. Just tell me the name. If you're so brave, buddy.
Hold on, shalom, my brothers. One mic. All right, one at a time.
You have something you have to do. Remember, you're going to go do it.
I actually walked downstairs. So Lou, this pretend fucking clown who's threatening to dox people, I think it's funny. Shut the fuck up, you fucking clown. Shut the fuck up.
We don't allow docs in here, but listen, hold on, Norm.
Nobody.
No, Lou, let me say something.
Exactly who I said.
The guy, I don't even know who you say you are. You said that you're abnormal. I get it. I agree with you.
You said that.
You said you're abnormal.
Because I exposed you.
You said you exposed me for what? How did you expose me, you idiot?
I exposed you as a fraud.
Really retarded.
Am I?
I think you was a fraud.
Hold on. Ezra, hold on. The guy said, no, you didn't go to yeshiva. I go, yeah, Nazareth. Oh, okay. Who was the guy that went to your yeshiva? Rosh Yeshiva Ginsburg. Rosh Yeshiva Ginsburg. I exposed you. What you idiot?
Let me tell you what.
You know what?
Even better.
Lou, I got something to tell you about the Jewish community. Can I tell you, Lou?
Yes, brother. Yes.
I got a text message that said you don't.
So let me do me a favor. Mute this fucker. Mute this fucker.
No more. Let's be fair.
Okay.
Let you go. Then you.
Okay.
It's on you.
Sorry, I'm still learning how to use the mute button. Sometimes I press it and it goes to someone's profile. Is there a better way to unmute?
Bottom right.
No, you're good.
Okay. Yeah, so here's how it works in the Jewish community. If you're in an Orthodox Jewish community and someone is a shit-talking piece of shit like this clown, literally he'll be kicked out of his set.
With fake mitzvah, like you.
Are you done? Are you done?
No, I'm not done.
Lou, I can't do this if Clownbot keeps talking. Let me tell you something. Shut the fuck up, clown. Shut the fuck up, clown. Shut the fuck up, clown.
No. Hold on, big. Calm down, big. Hey, Norm, I don't want to move you down, but let you get his point of view across, then you got it.
If he mentions me, you will hear about it in real time.
So, do me a favor, mute him down, kick him down. I'm going to talk all about him. Kick him down because he keeps interrupting you, giving him 10 chances.
All
right, fair enough. So he keeps lying and threatening me and doxing me. So let me tell you something. So this guy, he's apparently, as our friend just said here, became religious yesterday. Now he thinks he knows everything. The guy, shut the fuck up, man. I'm talking. No. Okay. Anyway, it's very simple. Here's how it works.
You moved him big.
I didn't.
I
didn't move him. I don't know how to move people. I can barely see the screen. Anyway, here's how it works in the Orthodox Jewish community, which this guy just joined apparently. It's very much based on respect and trust. So, for example, in the Orthodox Jewish community, I took someone to court in the Beit Din. It was a civil matter. But I was really angry about what happened, and frankly, I shit-talked the guy. I was mad. So even though I won in the court, in the Beit Din, the rabbis didn't give me all of my money because he said, you should have come to us, to the court, instead of crap-talking the person you were mad at. And that was a failure of judgment on your part, and you should have been respectful. So in the Jewish community, if this guy actually is recently an Orthodox Jew, I can literally, if he has the guts to give me his rabbi's name, I can make it so he doesn't come and get an aliyah. So it means he can't go to shul anymore. Now, if he wants to be an idiot and a clown and say weird shit about me in person, that's fine because I can bring it there. Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm not even talking. I'm not even done talking.
You're not talking about you.
Listen, I gotta finish. But here's the other thing. I sent to Lou in Twitter all of my information. Lou, I want you to check it out. I'm easily verifiable. My history, everything I've done. Now this guy, Lou, can you confirm? Shut up.
No, I'm not going to.
You know what, Norm? You sound like you're very insecure. Very insecure, Norm. You keep talking over me. It means that you got something to hide. But Lou, can you do me one favor? Can you look into that? Can you look into the Twitter? Did I send you a bunch of stuff?
Hold on, let me check. Okay, yes. You sent me something. Hold on, it says Yehuda.
Don't read everything. I'm just letting you know. Did I send you who I am? Yes or no?
Oh yes, you're confirmed. Yes.
Okay. And so this clown has been listening to a couple of weirdos on Twitter Spaces who, one's like a narcissist lunatic who says that Donald Trump flies her to, Florida to teach him about vaccines. So she's pretty mad at me, and I don't care. Like, she's a lunatic. She's like a Trump, like a gun nut weirdo. Vaccines are called the kill shot. So he's getting this. I just heard this today from them on Twitter, and now I'm hearing it from some unknown guy named Abnormal that I just met now. He just recently, apparently, he became religious, and he's babbling on and on about me. Apparently, he's very fascinated with my smicha. Let me explain something. So when you go to yeshiva, Lou, in the Orthodox Jewish world, okay, in the Orthodox Jewish world, you go to a high school, and the high school, if you spend another 5 to 10 years in it, you get a smicha, means you become like a PhD or like a master's in divinity. You become a rabbi. Now, it doesn't mean you get to go to a synagogue and become a rabbi in a synagogue, but it means you have the degree. Okay? So when I say I have smicha, I say I have the smicha. Yeah, hold on. Before you do that, do me a favor. I just want to send you one other thing, and you'll understand what I'm saying. Here you go. So bottom line is,
Big, bring Norm back up after you're done.
I'll mute out after that. I don't have any, like, I'm not super Jew. I'm not the best Jew in the world. But the difference is, I grew up in the community, and for someone to be so dumb, some recently religious guy making shit up and saying this guy is this and that, it's actually shameful. So do me one favor, Lou, before I go, because I'll drop down because I don't want to interrupt him. He's gonna make me too mad. Can you look at your Twitter? Can you look at your Twitter one more time?
You a rabbi, I just seen it, yes.
Thank you. So you can tell this guy he can go right off the dare. You're a holy brother. I'm not holy. I'm just an average guy, but this guy, Yoshi, and I like Yoshi. Can Yoshi message me? I don't know how. Every time I go to send someone a message, it wants me to make a voice message. Is there any way to send people text messages on Clubhouse or no?
No, you don't send it on Twitter. I'll send you
You can hit their profile.
Bring it over. Hey, I'll send you Yoshi's Twitter.
Yeah, send me his Twitter, but I honestly have to go help my wife with one of the kids because they're crying. So I'll be back though, all right? I'll be back.
What's your testimony, Izzy? What's your story that you posted?
What's my story?
Yeah, brother.
This idiot, and you can look up Andy. I'm very, very transparent as well. I have been written about by the oldest Jewish newspaper in the country.
Wait,
Thank you. So I just mentioned that this guy I had some very disturbing. I had some very disturbing text messages about him. That's all. I can't confirm or deny them. About the woman who's calling herself Eze. It's public information that she's gotten in a lot of trouble in New York. She's really been exiled from the community for good reasons. And she was once a corrections officer. I'll send you the articles. And got fired. That's all. No big deal. I think it was for lack of your attendance was bad. I think you were not going to work. And then you sort of tried to dine out for a while on criticizing the Jewish community for racism, which was total bullshit. You got called out by it. Now nobody has anything to do with you. That's all, Ezzy, despite you trying to yell over me and all that bullshit, which is tragic. So, yeah, I would say that I've received background information on this guy that he's a fraud. Is he telling the truth? I don't know for sure.
Diamonds, Norm. What about the diamonds, brother?
Oh, I got a lot of stuff on that. I got paragraphs and paragraphs. And this is from somebody, as I mentioned before, who was Ehud Barak's bodyguard and was trained. He served in the IDF for 14 years, and he's trained in understanding people and spotting frauds and stuff like that. He said this guy's very manipulative. Wait, I'll read it to you again. Hang on. He's involved in some really troubling stuff. He's extremely manipulative and disingenuous, which he just proved with the way he behaved. He's an utter fraud. He has no smicha. He's a terribly fraudulent character. And then a bunch of different things he got in trouble with around the world. So that, I'm looking at the job.
Was Africa?
Say again? Right, so there was no mention of Africa. Here is a docket on him. Hang on a second here. The defendant, and it's got his name. This is where, let's see, the plaintiff, blah, blah, blah. Oh, boy. Drug trafficking. Oh, boy.
Hey,
acting kind of weird, right?
Weird!
So I haven't confirmed it yet. I'm just reading you what I got on it. That's all. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's what I received. Can I go next?
All right, hold on, Norm. All right, so she didn't cut you off. So this is a Jewish conflict resolution. So let's pass the mic to.
All right, I'm gonna step out Because I've had enough of her and one night is enough to last me all
Don't run
year.
now. Don't
Well, you
run
don't know anything about
now.
me. No, I don't want to
Don't
hear
run
from
now,
you.
Jew in the hood. And I feel you one with the burn holes in it. Don't run now. Let's get it.
Wait, no, I don't know to run. No,
She's a random lunatic.
Yeah, but I'm a ranting lunatic. I'm not the spawn, right?
Norm always wants more. I've never seen Norm run.
There you go.
Hold on. We all Jews on stage. I'm about to convert, so we all Jews. But listen, put a 1 in the chat if y'all ever seen Norm run. I never seen Norm run ever.
But I go back and forth with her a lot of times. She's out of her mind. It's like I don't have that much bandwidth for toxic female insanity. So good job to you, Eze. Keep it up. You're doing great.
Poor baby. I made you tuck your circumcision in and run. This black, Jewish, beautiful woman made you tuck your Vienna sausage in between your legs.
What does that
and
mean?
Run.
What does that mean?
Stand up, brother. Stand up.
What is she talking about?
What you scared about, boo boo?
No, I just don't like you.
I just straightened your Jufro, and you mad.
You're making
me
mad.
I don't want to throw up.
I ain't even started yet.
Listen, to be fair, that's a nice throw. To be fair, that's a nice 4 season.
That ain't no nice, bro. That's a wig. That nigga bald as the back of his ass.
No, that's not a wig.
Better not even try it.
Do you see how insane she is?
Look, I know I must be insane. But I'm the one sitting around doxing people.
No, I haven't doxed anybody.
But you're running around with beef with every Jew you know.
No, I don't.
Every Jew you know.
No,
right. Remember,
I don't know.
Luke Lago. We mute him.
My rabbi's father wrote about your father.
Can we really?
Hold on. All right. Norm, you said, and she didn't.
I said I was gonna leave. You're right.
Right. Bye, bitch. Goodbye, bitch.
Goodbye, honey pie.
You're welcome. I'm getting ready to bring the fire. I hope you can take it.
No.
Go ahead and change up your PTR. Come back into the room under another alien. That's what you normally do.
I don't have any aliens.
Listen, you get good fragility. You really do, Jewish brother. Honest to God, I wish you had a bigger dick. Because it actually would make you more of a man. It
There's a good reason why you was thrown out of the community.
Why are you still here, Bubble?
You're an embarrassment.
Why are you still here, Bubble? You were going. You were scared.
Because Lou asked me. Because Lou's not
in Yiddish. Gay gesund hate. Mein Bruder. Gay arois. Go out.
Do you see this?
Oh,
she knows 3 words.
Yes, I did.
She knows 3 words
when you
of
go to Shiva.
She knows gay gesund hate.
Only wishes he had attended.
Why would I go to a girl?
I actually graduated valedictorian. That was me. I actually attended Yeshiva University. That was me too. Now let's talk about the public school.
Why would I go to a girl
eating, non-Sabbath observing, Yom Kippur violating ass? Let's talk about the Jew you never were. That's why you're really mad.
The Jew you know nothing about. The Jew you know nothing about.
Day one.
The Jew that you've never met.
Shrimp
who's a part of the community that threw your ass out.
You're still eating lobster. You're still a non-Jew. You are an embarrassment, and you're mad about it.
But
you're mad about what holidays are coming up? What holidays are coming up? Rosh Hashanah? You don't get that? Something you don't know anything about? And you're mad at me? Well, why aren't you gone? Why aren't you gone?
Why would I be gone?
Well, because you said you were leaving. Lying ass. That's why.
I said I was leaving, and
why aren't you lying yet? Why aren't you lying yet? You know why you're still here? Because you love to harass black women. Because you're hoping I'll feel one day. Because you're nasty, pasty, frothy, all that.
Kindle alert. Let me say something for one moment. Kindle alert. Both of you.
Wait, this is a Jewish room. Everybody's on stage Jewish. So are you Jewish, Nathan?
I am Jewish, yes.
About my penis? I want to hear all your thoughts.
Shalom, my brother.
Yeah, shalom. Welcome to you too. But I'm just gonna say, guys, we have enough people that are trying to fight us in this world today. We shouldn't be fighting with one another.
It's just out of her mind.
Hug, I mean, we don't need to be arguing like this, man. We don't need any sort of like division and like these ad hominem.
This is always the way she is. She's never different.
But you know what, El? We can control each other. We control ourselves. You might not be able to control another person, but you can control yourself. So, you know, at the end of the day, at the end of the day, bro, we're brothers and we're sisters.
That card now?
We're brothers and sisters. And I'm asking you too as a sister. We don't need to be especially when we're verbally attacking one another and verbally desecrating the other person's character.
I'll say to you in a language that you'll understand. Call Israel, Acherim, Zebazet.
Your pronunciation sucks.
You know what the problem is?
Your pronunciation sucks.
Say anything in Hebrew right now. Anything. Anything.
As he knows Hebrew more than normal?
Absolutely. I'm a yeshiva graduate. I've attended a public school a day in my life.
He's a free man.
Ask him. You know why he's mad? Because I can not only speak Hebrew, I can also curse him out in Yiddish, and he can't do either one. He's got English down pat and nothing else. Nothing else to prove his duty.
Does it work for you?
You didn't say anything in Hebrew.
You didn't hear me? No, I get it. I didn't get confident.
KKK spy.
I'm a KKK spy.
Who's the mouth? Yeah.
No, actually the term, and now any Muslim in this room, the actual phrase is Hus'aku, which means your mama's pussy and your sister's pussy. So guess what? Here's the difference in the data. Ask any Muslim who's Arab. Got that from down here.
That doesn't make sense.
Exactly right. Please let him know.
No, that's what
he said.
He's a real baby, and not because of anything.
Yeah, they don't. Not the tune you just said, dude.
That we played Israel one time. Made tried to make us not
listen to her. Listen to her. He's still going. This is our fruit girl.
You're still here.
This is the fruit girl.
You're still here.
Well, you must be a real friend.
Right. You're still here.
Made up.
So how's your Jewish marriage?
Yo, are you guys even enjoying this? Like, I'm just curious. I just had this.
You know what? Nobody's
how's your Jewish marriage?
Lou, can you give me like 2 minutes like I was supposed to get credit?
How's your Jewish marriage going? Is it going well?
How's your Jewish
marriage going?
I want to make sure that.
We're all Jewish brothers and sisters.
Yeah, I'm almost done. Yehuda, I pulled up your indictment, Yehuda. I pulled up your indictment, Yehuda. I did. I pulled it up from Canada. Yeah, I did. I will. I'll send it to you. I'll send it to Lou back channel. I'll send it to Lou back channel. All right? Okay, Yehuda, is that what? Is that okay if I pull it up? Lou. Yehuda? Do you mind if I share it with Lou, Yehuda?
I'm going to make a statement that makes a lot of sense.
Yehuda, do you mind if I share it with Lou?
And you imagine this
is it okay?
With everything
I want your permission, Yehuda.
Have gone through. And you know what?
Yehuda, do you mind if I share the indictment with Lou?
Not worth it.
You don't do.
Is it okay with you? Yehuda, I want your permission.
I'm being a maniac. So
Are you cool with it?
You're being a bit of a maniac.
All right. Let's have some Jewish decorum. We're not doxing anybody. We're all Jewish.
I'll send it to you back channel.
This guy's not.
I'm not doxing anybody.
I'm so sorry.
Yo, Lou, can you get rid of this guy? I'm sorry. You've been not even getting anything good enough with you, bro.
At the end of the day,
Hold on.
Lou, it's one thing to shit talk. The guy makes up an indictment against me. I'm not that. Then he talks about his marriage.
No, I didn't make it up. He doesn't have one.
What kind of?
He doesn't have a marriage. That was
Do you have any self-respect? Do me a favor. Send Lou the name of your rabbi. I'll make sure he has.
Why don't I send him your indictment?
Send me. Send
I can do it, right?
Send him.
For now, it's not. I don't even need a whole
Send
right? Send the indictment, right?
What is going on here, bro? What is going on?
I'm exposing him.
Let's be fair. He is a rabbi, so we gotta have some type of respect.
I know he says he is. Whether he is or not remains to be seen. We'll find out.
Okay.
We can easily find out.
Inquiring minds want to know. God.
Wait, then why would the rabbi have it? Hell, you should have been on site.
Exactly right.
Yeah, what's my indictment?
Lou, can I get
Exactly right.
Show the papers.
I'm going to send them to Lou. I've got them right in front of me. I'm reading.
Send them to everyone on the station.
No, I'm just going to send them to Lou.
Weird. That's so weird.
But you know what, Yehuda? I just thought about something. Today's Rosh Chodesh, something El Normo doesn't even know anything about. Right? Today's our Jewish.
Well, we just celebrated Rosh Chodesh at the synagogue, Eze. In the community that was thrown out of, Eze.
Without this asshole going on. And I get
the rabbi just blew the shofar, Eze.
Can I get the mic?
Hear the shofar,
I
Eze?
gave him this.
Eze, did you hear the shofar today, sweetie?
He's obviously mentally ill.
Were you able to hear the shofar today, Eze?
Yehuda, wait 1 second.
Hold on. Let's give. All right. So I gave one mic to Yehuda. I gave one mic to Norm. Now let's give one mic to the Jewish woman, Ezzy. All right. Everybody's Jewish on stage. Everything's kosher. All right.
Thank you, Lou. I appreciate it. And he'll probably jump off his mic because he has no self-discipline. One of the Jewish brothers on this stage reminded me of something. This is Rosh Chodesh Elul. This is literally our time to engage in repentance. This is our time to engage in Torah study. And more than that, it's to work out whatever issues we have with each other. This same week, we witnessed the murder of 6 individuals in a tunnel. Individuals who we thought were coming home and who did not. While I am very much opposed to what's going on in Gaza, one thing that I am not opposed to is Jews standing together in moments like this. I recognize that El Normo is probably delirious. He's probably high on crack. He's not well. And you know what? I would have to deal with him the way I would deal with any other old person with dementia. With a certain level of compassion and a certain level of forgiveness. God forbid that the God I serve and the God you serve would ever hold me accountable because some deranged, crazy man who has nothing else to do with his time in retirement than make up phony stories about people. God forbid he should move me out of my element. So you know what, Lou? As a Jew, I'm going to apologize for this desecration of God's name that took place on this stage. What I'm also going to do is tell anybody who's interested, please look me up, look Yehuda up, look all those Jews up who are living productive lives and who are moving forward in positive ways. El Normo, let me give you something else to consider. And you can ask anybody who's Jewish on this stage who has been to my house for Shabbat, who has seen the work that I've done on behalf of prisoners at Rikers Island, another place I just put 2
Hold on,
articles in.
can we get Norman to Rikers just for a few months?
Halavai in Hebrew means if only. At the end of the day, you want to hear something crazy? The only hearings he's going to find out about online is those where I sued the Department of Corrections to be able to observe the Sabbath just like other white Jews. And I didn't just fight for myself. I fought for other Jews wanting the same. That is the only thing he's going to find out. My only absences. Wait, Hasbe Shalom, the only absences that I ever had as a graduate top of my class was because of children.
My love, you're in the matrix.
You're right. And you're right. What we're not going to do is we're not going to let Sorry.
Hey, real quick,
what we're not going to do.
Real quick, hold on. You done made this. Listen, let me give y'all my favorite rap lyric from rap lyrics that
I didn't get those. What?
Say that again. Black Bar Mitzvah.
Yeah, Elon is a fan of Blade Runner, correct?
I believe so. I don't know if he's ever stated it, but he's the kind of guy.
He's more fan of Dune, I think. Yeah. Blade Runner is cool. I think he's expressed more like he's a fan of Dune. The reason I mention that is because Blade Runner, the original, was using this location to shoot in a city environment. Oh, that's cracked. At least according to Wiki. Used to represent other cities has been used for films including 42nd Street, Blade Runner, and Dark Knight. The Warner Brothers in Burbank. I was just curious why the specific movie location. So I just tried to look up the movies for that. If you look at the design of most of everything that Tesla builds, it actually more closely resembles infrastructure and vehicles, or at least just machinery used in Dune, right? Because it's man, fuck this. Somebody has to delete this shit. Anyways, yeah, it resembles more like what Dune is doing. And it's really cool. I like it. But the spice must be a direct reference. Not just the movie, but also the actual books themselves in terms of philosophy. So, yeah.
Actually, Lenny just pointed out that you can register on Tesla's site to be in the lottery to attend the event. I guess with your shares. The more shares you have, the more tickets you get.
Is this true? Do we have like some evidence for that?
Let me check that.
Always evidence first, then claim.
Did we talk about the ruling already?
What ruling?
Today, bipartisan panel of judges ruled in favor of X against California law AB 587, which aimed to regulate social media platforms by requiring them to submit reports to the California Attorney General detailing their content moderation policies, practices, and how things like they handle hate speech, extremism, and disinformation. So it's a pretty big win for freedom of speech, I think.
Yeah, that's what. But we didn't cover it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it just says the ruling by the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, which was reported on September 4th, found that this law violated the First Amendment, thus siding with X Corp, in such that the regulations infringe on free speech rights, basically.
Oh boy, some funny stuff is about to happen. Liz Cheney endorsed Kamala Harris, right? So that's an interesting thing. What I think is even more interesting is that Liz Cheney said once in a post that is still not deleted to this day, Kamala Harris is a radical liberal who would raise taxes, take away guns, health insurance, and explode the size and power of the federal government. She wants to recreate America in the image of what's happening on the streets of Portland and Seattle. We won't give her the chance. There you go. Votes by.
Take a snapshot before she deletes it.
Everybody go look at it before it's deleted. Everybody take screenshots. Go, there you go. Look, I put it up at the top. Enjoy.
Yeah, because it'll probably be deleted soon.
Man, I was just reading the comments to the post and to the space in the blue pill, and it's funny. Elon's level of marketing, the troll marketing, is amazing. Like this, one of the gentlemen is like, "I'm waiting for ass," and then I can imagine the reporter writing, "All the Tesla bros, all they want is ass." It's kind of, it's like you gotta look at that and be like, oh my god, this guy literally just names something really creative and gets a massive marketing advertising for it.
Yeah, Elon is a genius that way. I mean, I think he names all the product, like, yeah, literally all the products in Tesla, right? Like, vast majority of it.
Yeah, by the way, guys, or Wiggle, I'm trying to find that post you said that was posted saying, go to this link on Tesla.
Yeah, I checked. I don't see it.
Can you send me?
I don't see it, but I found, no, I couldn't find it, but like I went on Tesla events and it was like geolocating to my area. So I'm trying to go just, it's just on Tesla events page. So if you go anonymous, it shouldn't geolocate you and you may actually find it, but I'm about to do that now. By the way, Blaze, did you see Cybertruck gets 10K discount for in I think PC for if it's like a commercial vehicle.
Oh yeah, I was just looking at those incentives on the Tesla website. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. I'm gonna send that to my friend who's actually in the market for a foundation series.
Yeah, I don't see it posted yet because for the events to be posted, you need to know the location, and we haven't officially confirmed the location from Tesla. So I'll send you, Andre, the link for the events.
Cool, thanks. So, Blaze, you were mentioning this ruling. What's the most important thing about it? I understand when it gets free speech, but I think I missed what detail in it. Like, what were they trying to do?
Yeah, it's just the law was basically trying to regulate social media platforms, require them to like submit reports on all sorts of things like hate speech, disinformation, extremism, more things like that. So so kind of they found that the law violated the First Amendment basically and sided with X.
That's cool.
What up, Red Lip? This is the conversation on X with Adrian Dittmann.
Being confiscated in Brazil. Cars, planes, everything was Starlink.
Yeah, that's
same day.
That's sad. So they had to comply with the Brazilian law, and do everything legally, and then open a case against them.
Going out, fuck.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. So the one thing I'm confused on Brazil's side, so I was always under the impression that judges their